Hello and welcome. It's time, everybody. It's time to begin the regular season of HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa. With me, as always, are Grubby and Bahamut. Guys, Icebreaker tournament was a couple weeks ago. It's time to start the actual thing. The regular season is upon us. Like, what's a hype level at, Bahamut?
Oh, God. I got up at 7 and I've just been sitting here since. That's about it. That's where I'm at with this.
Ready to begin. How about you, Grubby?
Yeah, the ice has been broken. I'm ready for more. And I'm so excited to see how all the teams have adapted from that first tournament and to see, okay, what was real, which hero picks were they hiding, and how are they going to adapt? Super hyped to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, it's been a patch since the Icebreaker tournament too, so there's going to be a lot to talk about. But let's take a look at what's on the line. What are these players playing for? Let's take a look at the prize pool going forward with this. As you can see, the way the breakdown is going to be is that 60% of the donations that you, the fans, bring to the CCL are going to the overall prize pool. The remaining 40% goes to production staff. But yeah, we're already doing really, really well. I don't know what the last number was. Last time I saw it. Oh, now we're up to actually $8,600 on top of what already existed in the prize pool that was donated by you guys, by the fans, which is amazing. It's great to see. It's such an incredible outpouring of support for Heroes Esports. It's awesome. Let's take a look at our standings so far. Spoiler alert, there's nothing to look at because it's the first day of the season. Nobody's yet. But we can, maybe talk a little bit about what we might expect from the way the Icebreaker tournament went. Grubby, who's your top pick right now?
Well, obviously, since the winner of the tournament won the tournament, they're going to be the ones to look out for. So we've got Crowd Control. They won the tournament pretty close. They went 2-0, 2-1, 3-2. 30K, obviously, in the finals with a 2-3 score. These two are, for now, with what we're working with, the favorites.
Sure. Bahamut.
I gotta say, I love Crowd Control in this. The storyline that they've had up against 30K is the most interesting part for me because of the fact of just they had that kind of off CCL matchup. There was a best of 5, and they set it between Turk and Udall, and then we had this actual matchup at the Icebreaker tournament again, and it went to that game 5. That was such an amazing series, and that's honest to God, that stands out the most to me. I agree with Grubby on that one.
Well, we're going to get that matchup again this weekend, actually. So the rivalry will continue. To me, I'm kind of looking at Oxygen a little bit. I think they played their first series extremely cleanly in the Icebreaker tournament. I want to see if they can kind of regain a little bit of that momentum here in the regular season. But let's take a look for now at some highlights from the Icebreaker tournament presented by, it's a clean plays of the week presented by Duke Cannon. So let's check that out. Kings get a bit more aggressive here. That's exactly what they're doing. Can they zone out Crowd Control long enough?
Kettle's trying. Stormbolt misses from Lauer on the Nubarak. They're trying to zone it, but there's only one skeleton required for Crowd Control. They're gonna get it soon. 39 versus 30. They lose Sylvanas. That's actually a really nice kill by Sidestep Kings.
They're gonna turn this one around. What? Sidestep King.
One skeleton. Oh no! What?
One more. What? Did that actually happen? I am shocked. All they needed was one more.
This is a dream. 39 versus 28 skeletal defenders. Catapult buildup isn't large. Bruiser is not that big of a threat, and they accurately assessed its risk to be quite low. Oh no, Lutano!
Oh, Lutano! No. Not again. That is why you're not War Chief anymore, Thrall. Sammy on the run here. I think the link was already used. Nice Valkyrie, though. Bring him back in. Illusion had to stay a while and listen. Meanwhile, Hosty jumps into the bunker just in time. They're going to get the kill when he comes out, though. And 30K will not be denied. They're going to turn this one right around. A spear onto Wit to lead to the kill there.
They got the kill. All of them vouched for a pullback so that they could gradually, slowly, just safely take the other one.
Right. Oh, no. Cattle goes in. Thought he had an opportunity maybe, but he himself just, oh wow, never mind. The damage from Cassie is crazy. Another follow-up from Li Ming. Guess who I am? You don't have to guess anymore. The answer is Damage. I don't care what his other name is. He's just wrecking people, and that was all right, guys, that was our clean plays of the week presented by Duke Cannon. Pretty awesome stuff. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of highlights over the course of the season. No doubt about that. Let's take a look at today's matches. to see what we've got in store for today, and I believe this whole weekend. So yeah, as you can see, today we have best of fives between Simplicity and Sidestep Kings, and then Granit Gaming taking on WildHeart Esports after that. I'm glad that we're getting best of fives for all these regular season matches. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, you can show a little bit more depth with a best of five. You're being tested a little bit more across different maps. The preparation is more difficult, and the better team is more likely to win. You're not just one cheesy draft, one bad, unlucky draft away from being on match point.
Exactly. The depths of skill will be shown more easily. We also want to send a big shout out to Roll20, of course, who is presenting HeroesCCL. They are an awesome app. I am a Dungeons and Dragons, a tabletop RPG player in general as well. So that's been an app that I've used in the past to help run some of those games in this interesting scenario that we're in, where virtual gaming has become even more vital. So really happy that they're on board, and excited to work with them more throughout the season. So let's take a look at our rosters going into our first series of the day. Once again, it's going to be Simplicity versus Sidestep Kings Bahamut. When you look at this Simplicity roster, like, who stands out to you here?
It's actually the synergy that's built between all these players, because you have the history of Cure, Lutano, and Hosty together playing on Team Freedom. Those three synergistically stand out the most to me, and that's what I'm super excited for, as well as Hosty's potential Medivh.
Yeah, meanwhile, we got Sidestep Kings, and this is a really interesting roster because they've got players playing across 3 different continents. Grubby being in a different continent from me and Bahamut, actually. How do you think this is going to kind of affect things for them going forward?
I think it's going to affect their sleep schedule, though. Huh? If you want to adapt to a different continent in a different time zone, you got to make it work, and you got to shift your sleep schedule as if you are, in fact, an immigrant into the time zone, even if you're not physically there. And we saw amazing play by Sidestep Kings 2 weeks ago, and they did lose in the semifinals, and there was a little bit of miscoordination. The level of the players that we see together is extremely high. If they can get their synergy right, they're going to be an absolutely fearsome team.
I don't even want to ask you what time it is over there right now. You probably don't want to think about it. So we'll just leave that. All we're going to say is we're happy you're here. Let's take a look at the map selection going into our first game of the day. You can see it's going to be Infernal Shrines, the pick for Sidestep Kings. Got a couple bans there. What do you guys make of this?
I actually want to make a quick note here. If anyone's noticing, there's actually only one ban from each team. The players, orgs, and everyone actually mentioned to us that they don't like the fact that it was double bans from both sides in a best-of-5 series, because it caused a forced 5th map, meaning that the losing team, or the team that had map choice for that last game, they only had one choice. So we adjusted things, and there's only one map ban now for the rest of our regular season in our best-of-5 series. So just that was a little quick note I wanted to let everyone know in case you missed the Baja Blast that happened yesterday, and you're wondering why there's only one map ban per team. But we're here, Infernal Shrines, game number 1.
We got the Chromie bands and the Johanna bands off the top. Anything surprising there? Both those heroes obviously so good on a map like Infernal Shrines. Junkrat, the other band. Grubby, what and do you want to make any predictions?
Well, Cassia ban. There we go. Sidestep Kings removes Cassia. We saw that in the only best of 3 that Simplicity played in the Icebreaker tournament, they had Cassia 3 out of 3 times. So they were heavily leaning on it, and a very solid ban by Sidestep, therefore.
Does leave the Medivh open, and they're going to grab that over on the side of Simplicity. Meanwhile, Lucio ETC, the first picks for Sidestep Kings, just a good mobility, crowd control picks there. No relationship to the crowd control team, just crowd control the mechanic in the game. But what do you think, Bahamut?
I like the ETC Lucio together. You have speed boost between the lane rotations. You have more chase potential, more harassment with those 2 heroes. Mm-hmm. But moving over to the opposing side from Simplicity, this Medivh. To note, I can't remember if it was the Icebreaker tournament or if it was exhibition matches, but Hosty's Medivh had a sub 5 minute basic Arcane Rift base stack, which is 40 stacks sub 5 minutes into the game. Is not easy to do. So big thing to note right there. But they grab this D.Va and they get a Stukov as well. Stukov and D.Va offer insanely good zoning and control in Infernal Shrines, as the members of Sidestep Kings will ban out that Hanzo. I'm liking what I see overall from both drafts.
Stukov is such a good peel too. Like, Grubby, do you think what heroic do you think Stukov is going to go with here?
It could be either one. I think I see mostly the massive shove for isolation of a single threat at pro play, but I could be wrong. He's pretty flexible. That's the good thing. You can pick later once the draft develops.
Right.
One thing I want to point out is that Sidestep Kings have picked 100% heroes so far that can manipulate both the D.Va mech explosion with Face Smelt and Soundwave, as well as disrupting portal usage by Medivh. Pushing someone out of a portal can just mean that you're going to kill that target, rather than them getting away.
Mm-hmm. Leoric and Sylvanas, the other two picks there. Obviously, Sylvanas good for pushing and putting pressure on certain lanes, freeing up your team to get a little bit extra time on that shrine, man, perhaps. And ETC Leoric is such a insane crowd control combo that's going to be scary and going to make the Stukov pick possibly even more important, right, Bahamut?
I want to notice two things here, and this might be me being a little slow on the uptake on some of these, but I think Deathwing actually got a new portrait for draft mode, and that was like, that's really cool. But also, going through the names on the side, on the right hand side, there's no June over there, so they're running main support Hyde. And this is where, you know, the conversation of the ping from Korea, is it too much on a hero who's so slippery like Lucio? And what I wanted to eventually circle into is, what's the dive to get to the Medivh? What's the dive to get to the backline Stukov? And I love the Leoric, I love the Sylvanas, and I love this Maiev. This is a very aggressive team from Sidestep Kings. They offer a lot of dive and counter essential fight in this matchup here, but the Diablo here is what really excites me, because a portal from a Diablo into the backline is absolutely terrifying. So both sides have insanely beautiful aggression. It's really going to boil down to, I think it's just, if they can really get to that Medivh on the side of Sidestep Kings, if they can punish and shut down Hosty, this is going to be a strong game from them. But if Hosty is able to harass them and constantly maybe get single target picks in the backline onto Sylvanas or Lucio, this could be where Simplicity finds their window to take game number one on Infernal Shrines. Both teams have insanely good win conditions. It's going to come down to the execution and the overall play. I'm ecstatic. We're here. We're in HeroesCCL, day number one, game number one, match number one. I cannot wait to get into this, but I'm going to leave it to you two and enjoy the game.
All right, we will catch back up with you, Bahamut, after game number one. Grubby, I'll ask you as we go into this one, who do you think won the draft? Like, is there a clear winner, or do you think it's going to come down to the in-game decisions a little bit more?
Doa, I think it's looking... First of all, I agree with a lot of what Bahamut was saying. Really cool draft. Diablo, Medivh have insane reach. Not even death can save you from Diablo here. On the other hand, from the Sidestep Kings, we have such an amazing draft with full mobility, unstoppability. Like 3 of them have unstoppability. The others, they have like really high mobility, which is just amazing to get away from the portal, or like Bahamut said, to dive beyond the portal to the other side of the portal and try to get targets that we're trying to get away. Super cool draft with both teams.
Exactly. So as we get started, let's go through the rosters as they kind of mix it up a little bit, just so people know. We have KZN on the Stukov on the Simplicity side, Cure on the D.Va, Hosty on the Medivh. Oh, never mind. We got action going ready. Who cares? We'll figure out the rosters later on.
We'll get there in game number 2. These players are all awesome, and we'll call them out.
I know people like that, but we didn't have time this time.
Too many thoughts I shared at the pre-phase. The wave rotation won for now by Sidestep Kings, which means they have a 4 versus 3 at the bottom here. They're gonna go hard on Wit, but Hosty saves him for now, as Ultralisk contemplates diving in and decides not to. Again, wave won by Sidestep Kings, which gives them priority to set traps, to dismount people that are trying to come up, and to clear the wave faster again.
Indeed. I admit, I lost track of the observer view. How do I get back to that?
Spam O and C, and if that doesn't work, sometimes left click with your mouse until you see Maiev right now.
I think I got it. All right.
Okay.
I'm a noob. I'm a noob. See, I'm not used to actually being in-game observing things.
Well,
I'm used to, like,
the game doesn't make it a lot easier because there's no hotkey showing anything. But the action picks up again. They're going hard on Ultralisk. He uses Bolt of the Warden to get out.
It's Wit that's taking a lot of damage on the Diablo. He has to get out, manages to jump through the portal just in time, and that's going to leave Sidestep Kings to their own devices. Do you think they can maybe muscle their way into that Impaler camp? It doesn't seem like it. But there's a lot of low HP, actually.
Yeah, it's risky right now. To go for the Impaler camp at this moment is risky. They're trying to Wit, trying to get away, and we have Stukov popping his trade just in time to save Wit, but he has the Hearthstone out. Sidestep Kings now has the freedom to go anywhere they want. They lost a little bit of experience on the bottom lane in order to disrupt that Impaler camp, and Simplicity begins it again with just Vala and Stukov. Diablo isn't here yet, but Sidestep Kings, they're not invading, they're going for their own south camp. And the wave at the bottom lane is crashing against the gate. Diablo has to stoke it. He reveals himself, which means Sidestep Kings knows they're safe.
Yep, they do secure that bottom Impaler camp like you mentioned here, so they'll be able to put a little bit more pressure on as the we get closer to that first shrine, that first Infernal getting popped here. We'll see. Just in about 30 seconds, as you can see.
30 seconds, which gives everyone time to take the Fallen Shaman camp, the Bruiser. You want to have that march down with about, I don't know, 8 to 12 seconds left on the objective timer. That is going to create the perfect dilemma. Do we stop the Bruiser or do we fight for the objective? You can't really do both. There they go with the 8-second cap, perfectly timed by both teams.
Yep, exactly. So a little bit more action in the mid lane as the Shrine gets ready to lock. There's a face melt from Cattle just trying to separate Diablo from the rest of the team, but the portal was there. Wit gonna take that one right back in again, but man, so much low health on Simplicity already. Noah barely survives, but they lose their Medivh anyway, and that's gonna give Sidestep Kings plenty of time to secure this first Immortal. Wit, KZ, and Noah gonna be a little bit annoying with this Cure showing up as well. That Diva can of course help quite a bit. Oh, nice run to Cattle. He's gonna be able to slide out though. Self-destruct. So bit. I can't believe Cattle escaped. Sub 100 HP.
77 HP he got away from the Diva mech and the Diva guns. And of course, their healer is dead, right? Lucio is not here, but that was a worthy trade because Medivh's stacks were reset. They're going to take that trade any day of the week. Diva now jumping in, Cure trying to cause disruption. They go in on, who is that? ETC, Cattle!
Oh, what? Cattle somehow survives yet again, but he's not going to be able to really be part of holding on to this Shrine. Hyde's been doing a pretty good job of keeping people at bay, and it is really close. Mid-30s for both teams right now. This one's going to come down to the wire. 38 for both teams.
39.
Who got it? I didn't even see who got it in the end.
The red team got it. Sidestep Kings walks away with it. The closest. Oh my god, the closest contest today. 39 versus 40.
That is as close as it gets. 39 to 40, 38 to 40, it was something like that, but the Arcane Punisher manages to come in, and now they can put a lot of pressure on this middle lane.
You know what's crazy about this, though, is they get that Punisher, they have the Sylvanas Black Arrow push, and they get a gate from it, you know, they don't get a fort. But twice there, Caterpillar, I thought he was red meat, and he just got away with, like, sub 100 life twice, went back in there like a bull. We have a little bit of technical situation. Someone is lagging, says Collusion. So as we pause this, let's take stock of the situation.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as we try to figure out if the latency gets solved pretty quick here. Hopefully we can get back into the game ASAP.
Quick look at the builds here. Let's see if anything is out of the ordinary. ETC went with Prog Rock. He went to try to heal his team up. Looks like actually the teams are just about ready. Vala went for multi-shot build, and Diablo went for the flame build, the fire stomp.
Yep, exactly. Is any of that, as someone who's still kind of picking up on all this stuff, is any of that totally out of the ordinary?
I don't see anything out of the ordinary yet. We see that, yeah, nothing really. Arcane Explosion, Raven Familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Leoric's build was buffed for Drain Life. We see a lot of Spooky Walk builds by Leoric. At level 13, you go for the damage reduction when you ghost through people. We now see that Leoric has the level 7 Drain Life talent. Of course, there's only Drain Life talents at 7. But it'll be curious to see if he's going for the 13 Drain reduction or if he's rather going to do the traditional ghost damage reduction. We'll see, because there was a patch just a few days ago, and we are playing on the new patch, ladies and gents.
Yeah, exactly. Seen a couple little changes here and there, so I'm sure we're going to see a little bit different roster setups than we saw during the Icebreaker tournament. But Sidestep Kings, just to kind of catch everybody up, the team able to put the pressure on a little bit early on, getting that first Infernal. And now it's time to push the bot lane. The gate, a little bit low. Ooh, Ultralisk. It's okay, but you know that Diablo wants to get in there. But it's all about kind of reclaiming the siege camps now as they start to come back up again.
Let's see if they're gonna fight for this. Positionally, it's a 4 versus 4. Medivh is showing everyone's position, so sneaking up on Simplicity is difficult.
Yep.
That's a
Ooh, okay, so OC tries to put some pressure onto Ultralisk, who has to back off again already. Ooh, not quite fast enough as the kill came in. That Maiev dropped fast. Meanwhile, Noah himself has to back away.
Yeah, nice shot by Noah there. He saw that Maiev was getting away after she went for the kind of greedy, the greedy chain. He managed to finish off Maiev with his everything, basically. Multi-shot, Hungering Arrow. He was fully stacked on Hatred, so multi-shot did the biggest burst it could. Nearly went down to Ultralisk Sylvanas target fire, but we finally had Hosty pulling through once again with the Force of Will.
Yeah, Heroics being picked up by both teams right now. Massive shove, ended up getting picked by our Stukov here.
Lightning Breath.
Isolation like a collusion probably once right now. Lightning Breath, as you mentioned for Diablo, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how much Lightning Breath is happening. I guess it's really because Apocalypse gets countered by Gladiator's Medallion. So it's kind of less consistent than before. And Lightning Breath is also a self-cleanse. You're unstoppable. You could use a short Lightning Breath when you have an impending CC chain on you, and you can block that. So that's pretty cool. It does damage, it slows, and it's not Apocalypse, which can be hard to hit.
Something to just throw onto a shrine, too, if you just want to put some pressure onto it without actually committing to, you know, charging in or something like that.
That's true. It gives Diablo some extra range outside of Firestomp, so it can be nice.
But both teams going for the typical take the camps, get ready for the next shrine. As you can see, it's going to be 30 seconds before the bottom one is up and running. So no one really able to be super successful with invading the other shrines just yet. It's still a close game.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ultimately,
invading is always a risk, right? Like, you wonder, how come the teams are playing so straight up? How come they're taking their own side of the map? It's because as the game goes on, invades get worth more and more. So it's not just that people turn on the aggression, everyone is playing for the best expected value. If you travel a lot to do an invade and the enemy gets away, then you've wasted time and you've lost soak. Oh, big Warden's!
Oh, Maiev with the ultimate. Caught a lot of people there with Flamestop to try to get away, but it's giving D.Va a lot of time. Cure with a lot of time on the point right now, gets an early skeleton lead for Sidestep Kings. Noah just trying to push the way before he goes in. Cattle gets grabbed, the throw from Diablo. There's a lightning breath from Diablo, as we talked about earlier, but it's a big stop with the ley line that actually prevented a lot of that going through, I believe.
Mosh pit on the portal in case anyone comes through. Cattle was ready to get them, but no one did go through. A little bit of a mismatch between Cattle and Kyocha there, as an Entomb stopped the power slide by Cattle. That was a little bit bad for them. He now goes in again on Diablo and on D.Va. Cure, can he get away?
I mean, he's trying, and yeah, sure, Cure's mech gets a little bit low, but Cattle One has to back up again. Sidestep King's kind of playing with fire a little bit. Mortar Punisher taken anyway, and that one's going to go over to the side of Simplicity.
All right, the one Punisher apiece. This one is a Mortar Punisher with 13. Let's take a look at how Simplicity is going to plan this phase. It's going to their comps.
I'm taking what I'm
here. I'm hitting Ultra. I might get slid.
You're fine here, you're fine.
Can we
put the
go
fort?
up and jump?
Quite
Go up
healthy.
and jump?
Yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, careful now, careful.
I'm on Leo.
I poured out.
I'm out.
I'm gonna die.
It's okay.
All good.
Lay low to aggro, I guess.
No worries. We're chilling.
Maybe you
We're
can still finish it.
full level ahead.
Important three.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm on Mara.
We're full level ahead.
I'm gonna follow.
They're bot camp. We have Diablo back. We can look at this maybe.
Yeah,
D.Va's
Lightning
top
Breath
though.
should be able to win it.
I can try heading. He has to catch up.
Give vision, I'm gonna look for combo.
I wanna go on
I'm
my
running
F so you
into
can
that.
engage. I'm on my F.
Yeah.
Stun on my F.
That's all I've got.
Portal
You
shield.
can keep me
Keep
alive.
the silence on the board.
I'm backing up.
Silence, I'm silence.
I might be in trouble.
Just
I'm out.
reset, nice. I had to catch man, I couldn't go. You guys
Tap
can clear
the
We
side.
that.
chose to use silence area or what?
Kermit.
Yeah, running right.
All right,
We are back.
are back indeed.
So,
Yep.
what do you think?
Well, I think the calms sound tense, but pretty clean overall. What do you think?
Yeah, it was pretty clean. They called when they were going out of the fort. They nearly got the whole fort. They recognized they are ahead. They don't need to make anything crazy happen. They wanted to try to go on the Impaler, but when they saw it doesn't work, they fell back. And nice protecting each other. The lead did evaporate a little bit because no one was soaking.
I suppose that does make a difference.
But
It does. I was going to say, it does feel like the teams are starting to feel a bit more aggressive. The tension is rising, you know?
Yeah, it starts to get more worth it.
Yeah.
But still, gotta be careful. Wit only has 22 souls right now. That means less health, less spell armor via his soul shield. So these are moments that Diablo generally does want to chill. I was surprised already how eager they were to fight again with Diablo, but they have a lot of confidence in Hostie's Force of Will protection, even though Vala almost seemed exposed. But a careful playstyle for now by Simplicity here.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of times we've seen Ozu see a little bit of damage put onto Wit, but it does seem like Vala's been chunked out pretty often in this game whenever the fight starts, and you need to have some sort of peel for Noah in the back line.
Yeah, and you know he's the main target. He's the main damage dealer. This is kind of, you know, it's not like Diva and Medivh aren't dealing damage, but this is kind of carry the Vala kind of composition, multi-support, and that's how Vala has to be played. She feels best when she's supported by multiple frontliners and protectors. That's where she really shines. That's where you can have those aggressive vault forwards without the disappointing death.
Kind of a hyper carry type of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Shrine goes up again, and why don't we take a moment actually to jump over to Sidestep Kings comms to hear how they're planning on tackling the Shrine.
Diablo, if you want to like look. Yeah.
D.Va 16 shield.
Okay.
I will just stay on the side. He has bomb now.
Yeah.
I might go here.
Yeah, Vala here.
I can't follow it.
Yeah, D.Va bomb.
Can we just get out of this?
Now we look.
Yeah.
I don't have tunnel.
Duke up root on me.
I go here. I go
I silence on him.
They kinda use everything now.
Yeah, I'm on here. Kill Diva.
D.Va.
Yeah, I'm on her. Top is big.
Big top. Yeah, big top way.
No, Doa, it didn't. And, you know, from the comms, not that impressed yet either. They didn't really call out what they were going to do before they did the thing. Cattle said, I have Vala, several moments after he power slid on Vala. And although they did recognize that many ults were used, that was never a good thing. They tried to see the right thing in it. Not really a plan who they were going to tackle, but might just be one less successful moment for them there. In that moment, D.Va did have the bomb going into that as well. Oh! Yeah, pretty tense moment there, as you were saying, Doa, as hopefully. You know, hopefully for Sidestep Kings, they can get back into this after losing 2 forts. That's 1 catapult per 3 waves. All right. Let's see how things are. We have a big wave top with into the defense, and we see Ultralisk going top as well with Godfilth and Hyde going up here, trying to get D.Va.
Unfortunately, Doa is unhearable, so we are gonna have me slide on in. Grubby, how you doing?
Yo, what's up, Bahamut? Yeah, we miss Doha, but at the same time, you are here now, so everything good. Happy to have you, Bahamut. Yeah, we troubleshoot this issue, and we thought we fixed it. We did a lot of testing. And, yeah.
Either way, we are going to be having our next Punisher. It is going to be in the top of the map. It will be Arcane Punisher. Seems like the members of Sidestep Kings want to make something happen in mid lane, but they're still needing to push out bottom. And that 20 talent tier is right around the corner, Grubby. Are they going to be able to make anything happen, or will Simplicity get this, then find the fight that they want when D.Va's back up?
Well, I would say you definitely want to have something happen, but with D.Va missing, that window is gone. So at this moment, you gotta bite your tongue and just say, we're not going to do anything. Like, I don't think 4v5 with a half talent lead is worth it. Like half a minute of talent lead, it's too risky.
You gotta understand. I'm sitting here, silence, just rooting for bloodlust, and now that I get to come on the mic, everyone's like, "Let's just get camps, let's just hang out, it's whatever." But no, it's exciting because we actually do have that 20 talent tier up on both sides for this next objective phase. Really quickly, for any talents that people are wondering about, Medivh, Arcane Rift, that's done. Diablo has full souls. The ETC has finished Proc Rock, and that's at least all of those questions. Excuse me, Mithril Mace is at 89 stacks for that. Leoric, as our Infernal Punisher will be, Arcane Punisher popping up in the top lane. They're already trying to force this though, Grubby.
Yeah, you know, they still have positional advantage. Leoric wasn't here. They want to maybe get the fountain. You see the micro missiles going for it, but did he bite off more than he can chew? Cure is being pulled in. Everything gets used to try and save him, and now there's no protection for a next target. The whole team has to be extremely careful, Bahamut, that they don't get caught between Medivh's cooldowns.
Also to note, the Stukov did not go into the massive shove upgrade, so they don't get the cooldown when they had that massive shove literally onto Cattle right there. So still 5 seconds, not the longest. That's the only cooldown we're still looking at. A couple Gladiators medallions used here as ETC is going to be trying to dive in. Kyoto trying to look for something in the bottom lane. That's going to be a buried alive onto this Stukov. There's going to be a sound barrier as well. There's going to be a mosh pit. Everything's being used. The Leyline Seal stalls things out for a second. Lurking Arm underneath all of this as they're going to look for that kill onto Leoric. There's going to be the Warden's Cage from Maiev, and that's not going to stall them out at all, and they're going to find the kill onto Maiev. All that's left is Cattle, Hyde, and, well, I was going to say Sylvanas, but she just got disengaged by the Stukov, and they run away with 3 still alive, but this Arcane Punisher is looking like it's going over to the side of Simplicity.
Yeah, indeed it does, Bahamut. I hear you, though. I don't know if the stream hears you. But that was a sick fight. Absolutely delicious synergy by Simplicity there. You know, Stukov, normally you're buried alive. That's pretty much the end of the line, right? But the Medivh's portal comes in, the Force of Will, Stukov gets saved, Collusion gets out, he does the Lurking Arm, there's the Leyline Seal, and the Lurking Arm never stops. People come out of the Leyline Seal, they're still silenced, and everyone was ready. Great play by Simplicity. It earns them the Arcane Punisher with a level 21 versus 20. They're looking to keep minimum. If they get a takedown, could be more.
The Maiev is up in 3 seconds, and that's the big thing that I've been watching this entire time is the wave in top lane and Maev's respawn timer. So that's going to be kind of crashing right around the same time, but this is going to give Sidestep Kings the opportunity to defend. That's going to be the Punisher jumping over. Leoric ate that with the Wraith Walk, not allowing them to be CC'd. Vala's dealing damage. There's going to be the Mecha Explosion from the D.Va around this keep. They're going to try and push that away, but it doesn't really work out, and they still have this Punisher assailing the keep. Medivh will be cheating on to 3, but it doesn't look like they have much follow-up. Gladiator's Medallion from Hyde just in time to be able to save themselves, as they will be able to pull this towards the mid lane keep. But Grubby, seems like the Punisher wants core. Can they go for it?
Punisher always goes core, but should Simplicity. It looks like they're a little bit in doubt. They want to see if they can get a kill. They're going to try to go for ETC. Unkillable. And Cattle gets away. He saves himself. For now, he can heal up at the Hearth.
Summer Anthem from Lucio. For anyone that doesn't know, it's a 75-second cooldown. It's a rare level 20 talent we see because the upgrade for Sound Barrier is such just a priority. But Hyde with the 200 IQ save on the Cattle right there. That is just a clean play from Hyde.
Pretty sick. So this is what the pro players call looking. If you ever hear that on comms, I must admit that's a new term for me. Probably not for you, Bahamut, but when a team says we're looking, they're looking to see if there's an opportunity to get something. It's where you, not quite passively, but you wait for an opportunity. And they thought they had it on Kato, but he was saved by a very timely action by Hyde. That means the core shall not fall. In fact, Not even the paint is scratched. But the keeper's down. That means catapult pressure top, and there's no counter catapult pressure. Sidestep Kings needs that top forward to start a bit of that. They're in a bad spot.
That's going to be the Warden's Cage, and they find the ETC on the right-hand side. A Leyline Seal stalls things out to allow a few members to get away. Noah with like literally a sliver of health as the Lightning Breath comes out, and Cure has the sustained damage to find the second kill. And this is now just the portaling around. Kyocha getting chased around, but so is Hyde. And that's going to be maybe a double kill. Oh no! They get the Shadow Charge just in time to stall out the sound barrier. So well played from Wit.
Yeah, super well played. We also have the really cool collusion, massive shove on Leoric into the gate. Now with the portal, breaking all barriers, crossing walls, and taking names. Simplicity will be taking the first map against Sidestep Kings. Really nice synergy, great play with that Medivh first pick, even though they were denied their Cassia that they used 3 times in a row during the Icebreaker tournament. Gladiators, but he still gets stopped. The core falls.
GG's.
Very nice first game in this best of 5. Our first match, our first battleground of the first day of the CCL main season.
It was an absolute blast, but we're going to go ahead and get things figured out really quickly on our end so we can get you all the proper broadcast that you're all excited for. So we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We have more HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 coming back at you.
Welcome back, guys, to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. As you can see, there's still some technical issues going on here and there that we're trying to fix as far as jumping into comms and then getting back into the game so that everyone can hear each other. It's not quite working the way we would hope. So while we try to get that one fixed, we're probably going to hold off on comms for the rest of the day. But we are working on that. So thanks for the patience. But let's take a look at our stats after game number 1 and see where we're at with that. Anything stand out to you, Grubby, Bahamut?
Let's see. It's Well, I think the stats, not too much to answer your question. Actually, I think the Simplicity had great synergy. They lost almost nobody. They had that double support, double frontline comp for Vala, and I think that's what's shown through. Their synergy was better, and I was a little bit more convinced by their comms as well when you compare the two.
I think
Bahamut,
Grubby, Grubby, you nailed that on the head. I think the comms is the one thing that I really wanted to not so much harp on, but discuss with you two a little bit. Grubby, you've played competitively in multiple different games, and I'm sure you've played solo and you've played with partners as well. When listening to the two different comms, is there any sort of like tips or suggestions you'd have? Like it's one of those things that it stood out to me so much when we jumped from the two different.
It's just really challenging. It needs a lot of trust. It needs a lot of experience, and you need to actively train yourself to remember to talk before you act, preferably, or to be so well in sync that you don't need to. We actually have the next map available, so let's take a look where the second battleground shall be taking place. It is a pick by Simplicity. They go to Tomb of the Spider Queen.
All right. Well, Simplicity trying to close this one, not close the series out. It is a best of 5, but give themselves a 2-0 lead. What do you think, Bahamut? Tomb of the Spider Queen, is there any indication like which team is better situated for a map like this?
I honestly think that Simplicity is choosing this map purely based on the results from the last game. Not the fact that they won, but they won through a lot of macro and micro pressure consistently. Their plays around the objective phase were really, really strong through the comms that we heard, but their rotations were extremely clean, and they were able to rotate around the map as a group. And this map basically is a mirrored version of Infernal Shrines. You got a top to mid rotation and a solo lane that gets a gank every so often. Obviously, the map is a lot smaller, so there's that factor.
It's a squeezed version.
It's squished and mirrored. But that's the one thing. I think Simplicity chose this map because of the fact that they won through these rotations and their overall composition, and they played the map so well. So personally, I think Simplicity made a strong choice here, but Sidestep Kings, they're opting for that first pick priority as the losing team, and let's see what they have, to bring to the table as the Cassia is going to be banned out.
Well, we're in the draft, and like you mentioned, Cassia and Joanna, the first two bans waiting for Sidestep Kings for their second initial ban here.
It's funny how much priority is on Johanna. It seems that even though everyone has a shiny medallion for unstoppability, the heroes that offer themselves unstoppability are just as, if not more, popular than before. Like
especially when you can do it more than once every 5 minutes, I suppose. Right?
Yeah,
that helps.
Exactly.
She's also insanely strong on a map like this too, and she's just a well-rounded tank. You've got, I might get memed for this, but Falling Sword legit has viability. We actually saw during the Icebreaker tournament. There was taken during the Icebreaker tournament. One, if you take the 20 Fury's Storm, I actually blanked on the name, but if you take that
Fury
upgrade.
Of Heaven?
Maybe
Heaven's Fury. Heaven's Fury.
That sounds more right. But you get cooldown reduction, and actually someone utilized that to catch the enemy team off guard by doing 2 Falling Swords in a row. And so it's just, and Blessed Shield is just an insane setup, and then you have Radiating Faith at 20. But those are just, we're seeing pretty standard bans because these are just such good, well-rounded heroes, and they fit into every composition. But a Stukov for Sidestep Kings will be their first pick.
I feel like Cassia is one of the heroes that got through a lot in the Icebreaker tournament, but over the weekend, people really kind of discovered how strong she was. And so now we're going to see a lot more bans with that. But into the picks, we've got the Junkrat, the first pick, along with the Anubarak for Simplicity.
Yeah, Tomb of the Spider Queen is a lot about having a frontliner that can pick up those gems safely. When you can turn on Unstoppable with Johanna, the shield, that's an easy way to do it. Anubarak, also pretty safe, has the most stuns in the game. He can burrow charge with unstoppability away if it becomes necessary. And Garrosh, he gets his own unstoppability at level 4. So it makes a lot of sense to see these picks coming out.
Fair enough.
I wonder how the Junkrat will fare into the Garrosh in the sense of utilizing the concussion mines to maybe displace the Garrosh when they try to step forward for a toss. Because the 9 times out of 10, a Garrosh, they pop Indomitable, the level 4 that Grubby was just talking about, rush into your front-ish backline, you know, whoever's kind of hiding behind the tank, and then throws them. But you have this concussion mine that also really just throws a lot of chaos into all this, and that's where I'm kind of sitting like, these two have so much displacement on the sides already that I'm really excited for this. But a Maiev respect ban and a Medivh respect ban as well as we get into the latter half of this draft. Both teams, in my opinion, needing a little more wave clear, and at least the side of Simplicity needing to pick up a healer.
The Maiev was definitely providing some scary moments for Simplicity last game, so yeah, it's not super surprising to see that banned out. And then the Medivh just could get rid of. What were you going to say, Grubby?
Well, you're looking at other things to control Garrosh now. Like, as soon as Garrosh is on the field, you want to poke him down, you want to pass him around, you just want to make sure that he doesn't get that flip. And like Bahamut was saying, concussive mine is one threat, but there's the unstoppable. How long does it last? 2 seconds? So
I think 1.5? I can't remember, but anyways, yeah.
Maybe. So you need more stuff. So you've got Anduin with the root, you've got Yrel with the stun and pushback, and then they got one more pick on the back line, most likely. Some kind of ranged damage dealer that is more reliable than Junkrat to kill a Garrosh. Maybe on the one hand, Tychus. Yeah, it could be Li Ming. Something to put
Orphea?
Hanzo?
Orphea? Oh, Hanzo
Orphea was picked a couple times last week.
Yeah,
I don't like Orphea into Garrosh. It's too close distance. You get
that is fair. No,
fair
no, you make a good point with that. The only reason I was thinking her is because you have so many control tools, as well as the Anduin Leap of Faith. It is an 80-second cooldown. That is a bit of time, but
they boosted it.
Excuse me.
They buffed it, right? It used to be 90, now it's 80, or is it 70 now? It was 80.
Wait, did they change it in the most recent patch? Did I miss that?
Not the most recent, but the pre-recent. So it should still be 80 then, maybe.
I don't know. I honestly, off the top of my head, I cannot remember. But I know at baseline, at least for myself, at 80. They might have actually reduced it in a more recent patch. I'll have to look at our next break. But I look at this, and I think Grubby, you both made really good points here. In that, I think Simplicity got a little bit more reactive with their draft when the Garrosh came out, and they were like, "Oh no, we need a little bit more of control on our end." So I think this is a little reactionary. They lack a couple things that I would like to see. But their 10 talent tiers really changes everything. So I think the early game could be Sidestep Kings with their damage. Late game could go over to Simplicity. But you two enjoy this one. I'm going to get out of your hair.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you after the game, unless maybe we'll talk to you sooner. Who knows what's going to happen? But for now, it's time to get into game number 2 between Simplicity and Sidestep Kings. Let's go through the players really quick because we missed it in game number 1. We have Collusion on the Anduin, Wit on the Anubarak, Cure on Yrel, Hosty on the Hanzo, the Ghosty Hosty, because he's got the new Spectre Hanzo skin. And then Noah on the Junkrat. Meanwhile, over on the Sidestep King side, you've got Cattle on the Garish Caterpillar. That is Kyocha playing the Diva in the offlane, Got Filth on the Rainer, Hydralisk on the Gul'dan, and then finally Hyde on the Stukov, last but not least. Because healers are important, Grubby.
They are, and he did pretty good last game. Some cool saves, but ultimately the whole team comp didn't quite work out. We have the
Cure just gets tossed right in. Has to go ahead and do a
Gladiator's medallion at 8 seconds in the game.
Avenging Wrath his way to a safety there too. That's no fun.
Yep.
Have to do something like that. Gonna duke it out with Kyocha a little bit, but yeah, that's a long cooldown to be using initially. It's like what, a 5-minute cooldown on the medallion, right?
5 minutes cooldown. Yep. It's gonna come back at what, level 7 or something? Maybe later.
Not for a while. And that's you know, if you want, probably the worst medallion to have to use early is your offlaner's medallion, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yrel's barely died in the icebreaker tournament, so if she were to die like early, that would be setting a record insofar as CCL 2020 goes. We have really good wave clear here. We spent a lot of time talking about Garrosh, of course, in the draft. We have amazing wave clear by Sidestep Kings between Rainer and well, he didn't go for the wave clear talent, but between Rainer and Gul'dan, whoops.
And you gotta respect the damage coming out of that Gul'dan. Fell Flame, even though it's early in the game, can do quite a bit along with the corruption as well. So, Ultralisk picking up the first kill for his team. We didn't get to see the whole setup with that, but Junkrat, wrong place, wrong time, seems like.
Yeah, definitely. That gives Sidestep Kings a one-man advantage on the field. They go for the Bruiser camp, Raynor and Stukov. Stukov healing himself. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, we see a little bit of a fight between Yrel and D.Va. Yrel actually destroyed D.Va's mech under the gate of Sidestep Kings. So Cure got a little bit of vengeance here for that early Gladiators usage, and he got half a kill for his team.
Yeah, gotta respect that damage. No doubt about that.
We have a Regeneration Master for Anubarak. Instead of the bonus spell armor, this is quite an unusual pick. You get bonus health regen, and then you get bonus health after 30 globes. Now, you can get 3 globes per minute if you rotate a lot and you win the waves. But they've been losing the waves. He has 2 globes after 2 minutes. It shows that Wit has not been able to really be on the map and do what he wants to because of a lack of wave clear.
Oh my gosh, Caterpillar taking so much damage here. He would already be dead if the Chastise from Anduin had actually connected. It was like 1 pixel away, but scary moment for the Garrosh. And honestly, Garrosh, one of those heroes that can be deceptively squishy if you play a little bit too aggressively with him early on.
Yeah.
Here with the Righteous Hammer, just to give them a clean escape there.
And this is where finally wave clear enters the field again for simplicity. Level 1 to 3 was always going to be rough. Now that Hanzo has explosive arrows, things are going to get a little better. But that was a rough early game because you really don't have wave clear as Hanzo at level 1. Nor are you focusing on it because you want to stack that scatter arrow simple geometry at level 1. It's going to get better though, but for now, Sidestep Kings, they're controlling all the lanes, they're paying all the gems, and I wouldn't be surprised if very soon they get the first Web Weavers.
Yeah. What do you think about this build we're seeing on the Anduin right now? Not going for the typical level 1 talent that just empowers that just grabs you the other 2 talents, but instead going for the Renew and the Holy Reach?
Yeah, I find that really interesting. So what that actually gains you is you have a better cooldown on your heal, I believe, which is the penalty that you normally pay. So he's really just getting ready to out-heal the 2 sources of sustained damage that Sidestep Kings has, Raynor and Gul'dan. Neither the biggest burst, both a lot of sustain. So collusion with respect to that. And I suppose D.Va is part of that category nowadays as well.
It's a very basic attack-based build. Both Holy Reach and Renew are basic attack related, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then Blessed Recovery just to keep him safer because, hey, if he's trying to get in range of basic attack all the time, you need to stay a little bit more durable. But over the wall comes Cure with the Righteous. Oh, wow, that's a big knock-up from the Earthbreaker from Garrosh. A Groundbreaker. I knew it was something breaker anyway.
Things get broken when Garrosh goes in. He tried to go for Hosty, but he just got away in time. Then Cattle was forced to use his own Indomitable to get away.
He was really close to finishing his quest, too. The Warbreaker, yet another breaker-related word. And once he finishes that, that'll be a little bit scarier.
Bonus damage, more stuns. Yrel nearly has the 8-second Gladiators medallion back, so that comes back around level 9, apparently.
I guess, there you go, yeah. Alright. Cure going in and cook a little bit. Oh, there's the self-destruct. Everybody having to back off just a little bit. They don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, they're going hard for Kyocha because he has the gems to pay for the Webby. So they want to take him down. They managed to force him to explode. They couldn't get D.Va though. Noah,
Wit had to come in. Oh, he couldn't save him though. And Wit has to collect a lot of those gems here. Yeah, Noah on the Junkrat just getting a little bit caught out. That's his 2nd death of the game, and you gotta be careful.
That should be it. That should be the first Web Weavers. And you know, you could maybe delay it until Junkrat is nearly back so that you inch closer to level 10 so that you can really value the objective. But they don't want to take any risk and say, what if we don't get it? It's a tiny window. Let's go now. Every lane is pushed. Some XP is even being denied in the top lane, Doa. This is a great situation for Sidestep Kings.
Yeah. They push that wave up so a lot of it dies with the turret. You don't get the benefit from it on your team. It gets a little bit rough.
This is a rough Webby. The mid gate already being gone forces a big response here, which means that another lane with more players, like top, can get a lot of value as well. It's not safe for Noah to push that out too hard. Level 10 is reached. Looks like Sidestep Kings definitely wants to secure mid fort, maybe even more. You can barely defend as Simplicity here because ults are available for Sidestep.
I mean, all the lanes were already pushed in Sidestep King's favor before the Web Weavers even came down. And, you know, they do come down where your wave is. So just a ton of pressure all across the board right now from Sidestep Kings. And we'll see how far they can push this. Heroic Talents online now for Simplicity. So they have the ability to at least fight back. And maybe with Wit coming in the back lines, they might try something here.
Let's
Threatening the engage, but not going for it.
Yeah, they wanted to do, as they say, look to see if there's an opportunity. It also...
Cure, not like this.
Not like
Ooh,
this!
oh, he's going in. Avenging Wrath brings him closer, forces that. Oh, no, he doesn't get out of the explosion ring. What? Cure, you got to get out of that, man.
Yeah,
You had time.
So here's Cure's mind. We can take out Kyocha and get 19 gems. It's 2 versus 1. Anubarak is here. Let's do this together. I want to make sure to stun Kyocha when he tries to enter his mech again, to put it on a 10-second cooldown, and then Diva the pilot is exposed. But I'm also kind of close to the explosion. Okay, how many seconds do I have? And as he checks his watch, he realizes he's out of time, tries to jump away, and gets launched to the moon.
I mean, Ardent Defender was unused. So thought he could get out of that in time. You know, I don't know. He had such low health anyway. I'm not sure if the ult would have saved him, but
no, it always saves you. You don't take any damage.
Yeah, that's right? So yeah, Leap of Faith had to be
you.
used, but it doesn't save Noah again. The Junkrat going down.
It saves you, but like you lose a 2-minute cooldown outside of a team fight. That feels pretty silly as well. So I don't even know what he would have picked if he could have used
sillier
it.
though? Putting that ult on cooldown or dying to the self-destruct like that?
It both feels silly when Twitch chat is watching.
A little bit, yeah. Report 9x. More talents coming in at level 13 now for Sidestep Kings. They are continuing to push the advantage. A 2-level lead now. Here comes a Riptire to push everybody back a little bit.
Yeah,
nice
wave
movers anyway.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a lot of damage, so that helps a lot. Webby gets cleared. Level 12 is reached, but Simplicity is in full defense mode. No matter how creative you are, you cannot make something happen as Simplicity. Oh, Cure. Well, he still has Ardent Defender.
Okay, yep, that's right. He can use it now. Doesn't need to. He likes to live dangerously, man. He's like the James Bond of this composition. Danger is his middle name.
Is it?
Urel Danger Cure.
Okay. Ye Danger Urel.
Like, I guess so. You Dangerel.
Yeah. But that was a cool play there. Hosty trying to hit the arrow as well. Gul'dan actually dropped pretty low, and level 13 has been reached. They even momentarily defended bottom fort as well. Simplicity. They're encroaching on level 13. You gotta be careful though. Seclusion a little bit far ahead. Cattle getting closer. Cure made sure that he would have been the tossed target, not Collusion.
Yeah. At least they do have some healing on the disengage as well with the Divine Star. Everyone can kind of run back and let that hit them along the way. But it looks like this turn-in not going to be quite enough for Sidestep Kings, but drawing ever closer to another Web Weaver round.
Wit is carrying the hopes of all future generations on him. Oh, that was taunt by Garrosh. Warlord's Challenge used.
Warlord's Challenge, yeah. Trying for it. That's it's scary, you know? Wit and then Nubarak, he's got all those little like spider babies in his shell right now in the form of some gems. Cure with the Righteous Hammer on the high, pushing him back line. That Stukov has to run away. Cure manages to get a little bit of a stun there. Yeah, and High just slowly waddling off. Noah, though, once again finds himself very low HP on the Junkrat. Cure, micro missiles coming in, doing some damage. Still does not pop the Ardent Defender. He is so conservative when it comes to using that ultimate. Doesn't want to use it until he feels like he absolutely has no other choice, it seems like.
Yeah, exactly. The cool move there, Noah actually managed to dodge Horrify from Ultralisk. They had a little bit of a one-on-one that Noah did not win, but the ult was used.
Right.
It was a little bit of a mismatch there. We saw Urel and Hanzo, they were targeting Stukov, but there was literally like no follow-up possible.
Yeah.
And the Nubarak wants to be so careful. He never wants to start a fight that he can't win because of all those gems. Again, full passive defense required by Simplicity. At this moment, they're waiting for a chance. They're waiting for a mistake. There's not much more you can do. Sidestep Kings with 3 consecutive payments and probably able to take the boss or a keep after this.
Yep. We will see. Like, once again, all 3 lanes pushing in the favor of Sidestep Kings with these Web Weavers descending. And it's hard to defend all at once. Ooh, Leap of Faith keeps Wit safe.
That was scary because the Gul'dan actually had 0.4 seconds on Horrify, and they were already doing the stun combo on the Nubarak. Yeah, Collusion lost his cool and made sure to pull a Nubarak out there. Can they save all 3 keeps? Noah cleared top. Web Weaver, he's coming down. Even though it's gonna
be tight. Oh, Kyocha, all right. Ultraliska nearly had a play there. Either way, Felflame's going to be doing some pretty decent damage. Noah takes a chunk as he throws out the trap. Looks like they have defended though, but no, it's like they can't just keep defending. They need something to push back, and now the Bruiser camp getting stolen here by Sidestep Kings possibly is not what you want.
Yeah, they're going to be able to clear that pretty easily, but it's not about the damage you do with it per se, though they definitely could try. But it's about denying it to your opponent. So now this Bruiser will not distract Sidestep Kings later on. They can take their own, and that leads to a deluge of other threats, layered, all designed to prevent the opponent from ever taking a good fight.
Feels like with Heroes, you know, you just want to keep the action on your opponent's side of the map as much as possible, you know? And so things like taking that Bruiser camp definitely does that. Kier getting very aggressive here. Takes a shot, narrowly misses.
Oh,
Groundbreaker.
Rainer!
Oh, there's a stun, all right. Ooh, nice play onto Goliath. Or God Filth, rather. Goliath. I can't believe he actually escaped there. I'm going to call him Goliath from now on. Kier, our defender. Whoa. Nice play onto Gul'dan. He is down. Righteous Hammer set that one up. Meanwhile, trying to get back onto Cattle. Cattle turns on for a bit of revenge himself, but now he's a bit separated. Nice Groundbreaker onto Wit. Kyocha low health, but pushing forward anyway.
Is Wit gonna go back in? He has 88 gems. Kyocha is low. She's at 222 life.
So
he goes
dangerous.
in on Garrosh by himself on Cattle. Kyocha. Yeah, do you got it though?
Oh, I don't know. The sense of revenge compels them. They got the mech. Okay. I mean, that's definitely the symbol for Sidestep Kings to back off.
Yeah, and you know, 172 gems, simplicity, you're 4 versus 4. If you're not going to pay now, then when? Anduin poured it though, and the Bruiser camp is now going to create a delayed threat that just makes it tough for simplicity. And this is how lane control, lane clear, how delayed Bruiser camps, all these distractions, they prevent you from doing a move that you otherwise could. 4v4, that's fine, right? You go. Sure. But because of all these camps and the lanes, and they had to heal. There we go.
All right, well, the toss. Gonna pop the Ardent Defender, actually, over onto Cure. So he can get back to safety to his team as they try to get this turn in right now. Wit gets knocked up. Goes back with the Impale onto Cattle. Cattle Pillar has to back away just a little bit here. Wit having to play so safe. He's basically the Scrooge McDuck of gems right now. And he doesn't want to lose the vault. He is the vault.
Oh, Horrify on the way!
The Kings trying to crack it open, and they do just that. Oh, no. The bank has been robbed.
Oh, no.
Sidestep Kings are set for life, basically, at this point.
Oh, my God. Of course, you don't take the enemy's gems. You get a small smattering of them, but all of it lost to simplicity. And that means Sidestep Kings, they go for the boss. Now, keep in mind, you could have a counterpay if you go with all 5. They feel so confident that they split 3-2, keeping 2 to protect against the payment. Now they lost that confidence as everyone was missing. Simplicity didn't manage to get the counterpay. And I'm not even sure if you necessarily want to sometimes, because when you're defending boss, your webbies aren't going to do anything. On the other hand, this could be a game-ending boss. And then the webbies are kind of a nice reprieve, trying to help defend, but either way, they did not get it. It's a 5 versus 5 versus Storm tier talents and a boss. Sidestep looking to possibly end.
We'll see Akira coming in again, has to dodge the boss attack though. It doesn't even matter that your opponents don't get those, don't get all those gems. They take them away from you, which is the scary part. But there goes the fort, and it does look like maybe they do want to try ending here. We'll see if they can. It just seems hard for Simplicity to really find a way to engage, but you got to go all out here. If you're going to do anything, the time is now.
Doing a very good damage on the boss. They're baiting Sidestep to go for a vanilla boss, a vanilla core rush 5v5, and that's not something Sidestep wants to do. So good targeting on the boss without really focusing on trying to get some kind of PvP kills.
Sure. That bottom fort in a lot of danger too for Simplicity. They're going to be able to send the Bruiser Cam finally back the other way, but it's another turn-in coming in. Do they have enough? I think they might. I'm no math expert, but they do.
Yep.
Wow. Well,
and all the lanes are pushed though up.
That's right. All lanes pushed, just like they have been all game long. This game has been Sidestep Kings from minute one, it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I thought it was going to get better at level 4, but a few Junkrat pickoffs and Gul'dan just massively clearing. Always the threat of Caterpillar. Sidestep Kings looking good. Using his Unstoppable to get away. And just buying time for the Webbies to come over. And this was the kind of fight Simplicity wants, right? They want a pre-Web Weaver fight. If you get a kill there, you save everything. Now, simultaneous threat, you're going to lose 2 keeps, minimum.
Seems that way. And they don't have a lot of keeps left to lose here at this point.
Yeah.
It's the 3 last ones. Some of these Web Weavers might even get in on the core now. It looks like they probably will get some action as the last fort about to fall. That core about to start taking a lot of damage. Here comes a Riptide to try to do a little bit to push that back, but it doesn't really do a whole lot now. Caterpillar gets really aggro in the back line there.
Still no level 20. We're going with the light bomb, but the light bomb got horrified. Cure unable to connect with that stun. They go for the core. No. Still no level 20.
Yep, big swipe from high, just keeping people at bay, just paving the way for the core to get wrecked. And that is going to be Sidestep Kings tying up this series at 1-1. And that was a pretty one-sided game, wasn't it?
It was so one-sided, though. It is a big revenge after the first map where Simplicity also won in a fairly one-sided manner, but not without a fight. Like in game 1, Simplicity really works for it with good battle control, good micro, saves, kills, manipulation of the map, and so on. Here, it was a wash.
Yep. Any significant stats you want to call out after that one?
3 Junkrat deaths is not where you want to be. He was threatened sometimes when he was on Vala, but he had that massive protection from people like Diva and Medivh and the healer and so on. Now, a little bit different. He was doing a lot of solo laning, which, you know, you have no self-heal as Junkrat. Bahamut, what do you think of this match? Anything that stood out here in particular?
Gul'dan's the MVP of this game for me, honestly. They played so well. The wave clear, exactly. The wave clear was great. Their rotations, their presence on the map, and their positioning is the one thing that really stood out the most to me during that game. Is yeah, they had that whole 1v1 with Junkrat and they didn't get the kill. That's whatever. It's those later ones that stood out, like the Horrify for 88 gems. There's an argument that I'll make, and some people might be like, Bahamut, that's stupid, that's why you're silver 1. Exactly, sure. But sometimes utilizing a long heroic cooldown like Horrify, like Mosh Pit on a single hero to get a single kill is worth it in those situations because you dropped 88 gems from the opposing side that gave you a boss rush, and you got to keep in the end. So in my opinion, Gul'dan Ultralist played that so very well for Sidestep Kings, and as Grubby said, that is really, really well played from them, getting those early game kills, and revenge was definitely on the table as we go up 1-1.
True enough. Well, on that note, we are going to take a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we're going to see who takes the lead in this series between Simplicity and Sidestep Kings. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. It's going to be back right after this.
We want you to be able to keep your characters in your pocket, and that all starts here. Roll20 is excited to announce the invite beta for our new mobile app. You've been asking, and now we're reaching out to our awesome community to help us build the best mobile VTT experience. Our mobile app debut focuses on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e character sheet. Just a simple swipe or tap sends your dice rolls directly to your campaign on your computer. Long gone are the days of multiple windows. Now you can preserve valuable screen space and be ready for an impromptu game of D&D wherever you go. While we're currently in invite beta, we know that our community is the key to a bright future here at Roll20. So stay tuned for more information about the open beta on our blog and newsletter. This is only the beginning.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's Big Ass Beer Soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Doa here with Grubby and Bahamut, and we are ready to jump into game 3. Really, we're going to take a look at what map was chosen, and then we're going to get it going.
I gotta say, I'm already excited for this, Doa, because I want to point this out.
Ooh.
Sidestep Kings, I did a little bit of caster math before our stream. Sidestep Kings actually has a 100% win rate on Towers of Doom, the map they're choosing to take us to, over 5 games. So that's it's not like they've won, a couple Towers of Doom games. They've won every single one, and that's five times. Like it's significant enough to note, at least, and that's why I'm really excited about this, because map choice from Sidestep Kings giving first pick priority over to Simplicity, as they were the losing team. That's what they opted for. Grubby, Towers of Doom. I don't know about you. It's personally one of my favorite maps to cast. Is there anything that stands out or excites you for Towers of Doom?
Well, I'm just excited about what you're saying. Literally, is that Sidestep Kings can't lose this map.
Not can't lose, just has never lost yet. In our small sample size.
All right. But yeah, I love this map, dude. I love it. Like, never a single team fight to end the game. You just have a lot of posturing and jostling for supremacy. And, even if you're down to 4 shots on your core, you can always come back with some big brains play. So definitely a difficult map, but really, really fun.
This is also the map. Sorry to cut you off, Doe. I just want to quickly note, this is the map where we saw, I believe it was Got Filth on Cassia and Ultralisk on Li Ming. I might actually have those flipped, but either way, that was where we actually had our clean play from the past week showing up on screen, and that was when they tried to dive that Cassia, the inner light value, turning things around, and they turned it and popped off with a Li Ming. So no Cassia bans yet, but this is first pick priority for Simplicity. Do they give that Cassia over, or do they ban it out here?
Chromie also on the table, so one of the two are going to get through.
And I think that's going to be the pick too.
Chromie the ban, and will Cassia be the pick because of it?
Yeah.
Definitely. Yep. They do pick the Cassia right away. No surprise, since that's the first time it's gotten through bans today.
I mean, it should be important to note that if you can let both get through and then you get the other, so clearly they don't think of it that way. They think Chromie is the biggest issue. Otherwise, you can just give Chromie, you take Cassia, and you're still fine. But that's not the case.
Stukov and Garrosh, the first 2 picks for Sidestep Kings, so a little bit of what we saw last game.
I do want to note something that was mentioned in the previous game, because you were all talking about Cure like living in the the death zone when it came to this this Urel play. Cure was actually one of the top solo laners in NA, but they were also a dorm winner as well from Heroes of the Dorm. So, and they were notable during that dorm time. And if memory serves me correct, their Dahaka's insane. And in our most recent patch, guess what got buffed? Dahaka's global. The level 20 Apex Predator, and I believe Falstad and Dahaka have the exact same 20 upgrade, which is 50 seconds off their 75-second global. So you have a 25-second Apex Predator on, in my opinion, one of the best maps for Dahaka to be able to get flank value. I think you can maybe argue Cursed Hollows up there as well, but I'm kind of like, do we actually get a Urel again because she's so strong, or do we actually get to see some of this Dahaka play from someone that, if, as I said, memory serves me right, is going to be someone that really, really stands out on this hero? Because their draft looks like they could actually totally draft it. I just want.
And to be fair, it's not too hard to double lane with the Haka on this map.
Yes.
I think it's a little harder than with Urel though, but there are plenty of pushes to give you that bonus movement speed. And double laning is the name of the game, ladies and gents, because Zul is getting removed. This is on everyone's mind. Diva, another great double laner, picked up by Sidestep and
Lunara. Wow, okay. All right. Interesting. So a pick we haven't seen. I'm trying to think if we had a single Lunara pick during the icebreaker tournament. I can't.
I think
one.
Maybe
one. I think it was none.
I might be able to look that up for you really quickly.
I've got the data. I just don't have I don't have the pages in front of me.
Why
right
Lunara?
now.
You get Leaping Strike to dodge Anubarak's stuns. You can even use it to dodge Cocoon if you're fast. So that's pretty cool. She has herself unstoppable. And then Hanzo and Urel once again for Simplicity.
True enough. Urel makes a lot of sense.
Only exhibitions we had Uro. We actually have not had
That's what I thought.
anything from any of the actual players. I think it was like an Allura and an Enigmatic who played them in the exhibition rounds. But sorry, let's reel this back into the draft here. As I want to talk about this D.Va versus Yrel, because in an interview we actually had with Vesper, they consider D.Va to beat Yrel in the solo lane due to the fact that D.Va can boost into Yrel as they're trying to Avenging Wrath into the wave, which is their main way of kind of getting that burst onto the wave itself. So right now, I think I kind of lean into Sidestep Kings overall. Like, Simplicity has a good draft, and they've got a lot of good damage, but I just think that the way that they played that last game and Cattle on the Garrosh, it was just so hard to deal with, and he was in everyone's face consistently. So personally, I'm leaning into Sidestep Kings here for this game number 3 on Towers of Doom.
All right. Well, we'll get more. We'll get your take on what's going to happen or what did happen once we're done with the game, Bahamut. But yeah, it's going to be interesting too. I look at Lunara and I think about the Wisp as well. And one of the things, coming from other MOBAs like I do, one of the things that Heroes of the Storm lacks is vision control in general. It's really, really hard to see where the other team is. And so Lunara is a big deal, especially on a map like this, where you can scout out those shrines, scout out some of the brush a little bit ahead of time, and set up some picks and maybe not get picked yourself too.
Yeah, exactly. We don't get to place sentry wards in various places in HOT. So Lunara, best ability in the game, according to Doa with the Wisp,
Yeah, sure. I'll say it. Vision is the strongest thing in MOBAs.
No, that's true. And RTS. But
there's
when
nothing stronger than knowledge.
When Lunara was released, she was one of the worst balance, like very weak, and Wisp was really weak, but they made it a lot better. Like if it's stationary, more vision, it moves faster. So definitely strong. Want to point out Kyocha on D.Va again. He was top damage by a lot last game. 57,000 hero damage. Rainer Gul'dan had 40k or less. He had 57. So Kyocha did great. He redeemed himself from the icebreaker, where sometimes he didn't look all that.
Oh, Noah again, really, really low on that Hanzo. Has to back away. He died a few too many times in the Junkrat last game, so staying safe, I think, should be a priority for him. Crazy stuff.
Every time he gets caught, he's like, no! Ah!
That's true. That's literally the sound that he makes. Kyocha nearly popped out of the mech already. Has to boost back to the well here. As Kira certainly threatening here. Oh, another silence onto Hosey. That Zool. No, the Cassia rather. Has to back off.
Solid damage by Godfilth.
Yep.
Lunara sometimes is ridiculed as having fake damage, as all the damage over time can get healed up, especially by someone like Brightwing. But it adds up. It adds up, and you have Greymane to go in for the finishing blow if he dares.
You have a lot of damage, right? And I mean, the first talent too that you've got for the Lunara is Sentinel Wisp, for Godfilth to pick too. So clearly focusing on, kind of maintaining that vision advantage if possible.
Nice polymorph there on Hyde with the burrow charge follow-up. Hyde does get away. Cattle, is he going to go in for a stun? No, he doesn't make it.
It's gonna be tricky. Caterpillar's been doing a good job of building up that Warbreaker really quickly too. He finished that quest what felt like extremely fast last game. Already up to 4 stacks on it right now. So we'll see if he can keep that up.
Meanwhile, Yrel and D.Va are doing their thing. If we have a chance, we can maybe take a look at how their double laning is going. But it is pretty much just, sweeping the lanes. They're not even in direct contact right now, so it's all
nice throw. Ooh, into the groundbreaker. Hosty gets toasty. The Cassia out of the way real fast. What a smooth play from Caterpillar to set that one up.
Yeah, really, really smooth. He's been doing great on Garrosh, really. Might see his team Sidestep Kings to victories. And this is why I think they were so fine banning Chromie, Sidestep Kings, and giving Cassia. Because they had these 2 picks lined up. Garrosh and Stukov with a ton of CC. And really, as someone who plays a lot of Garrosh, which I do, and I have a less than 50% win rate, I hate it when my opponent has artillery assassins. And I love it when they're short range, like Tychus or Cassia. These people are within your threat radius. Cassia is not a safe damage dealer against Garrosh, or won't be contributing fully. So this is a smart counter pick in the draft, and we're seeing that to full effect here.
First two shrines activated, damage going to the opposite cores. Now the fight over the bottom one. Hyde trying to get that channel in. See if he can do just that. Cure trying to come down south. No, it's the burrow charge from Wit to start to force Hyde back a little bit. Caterpillar separated from the rest of the fight, but Wit super low, down to 50 HP before the healing starts to come in. That was a scary situation. It looks like they might need to give this shrine over to Sidestep Kings.
Yeah, let's quote-unquote give it to them. It's been taken.
They took it, yeah.
They're giving it wisely. You know, when the Nubarak burrow charged in last second on Hyde, interrupting the channel, I was thinking to myself, can they really? Can Simplicity really follow up on that? I was amazed.
Apparently not.
But they couldn't. They did, however, manage to go without a victim, without losing any players. But that was pretty ambitious. And Sidestep Kings manages to squeeze that one out with a 4 HP lead now on the core.
Yep. A little bit of damage coming in on the cattle as they get aggressive around the siege camp. Looks like it's still going to be Simplicity's siege camp to take in the end.
Yeah, we even have Urel coming in here for the due diligence, just making sure that is protected if all hell breaks out. Noah actually gets slowed.
Oh yeah, Noah gets it with the groundbreaker as well, so needs a little bit extra healing from a collusion on that right wing to keep him alive.
It's very impressive. Hyde playing from Korea, now playing his first match. He wasn't part of the match 2 weeks ago, and he's getting these slows. He's activating the bio kill switch and getting allowing Garrosh basically to step up on someone like Hanzo that's normally way out of range, and Hyde is setting that up.
Yeah, for sure. We did see that swap over to Hyde as the healer over June, who we saw play a lot in the Icebreaker tournament. I suppose we should mention too, Wit burrow charge to freedom, but we should mention too that on the Simplicity side, we aren't seeing Lutano today. We're seeing Noah instead, I believe that's the replacement. Not 100% sure on that one. Meanwhile, the toss for Cure goes right back in with the Avenging Wrath. Dodges a groundbreaker on the way out. Does force Cattle and the rest of Sidestep Kings back anyway. Maybe the core health can be equalized here. Collusion going for the channel, but you know that's going to get interrupted.
Yeah,
of course.
You're only doing that to make people step up and force them to use stuff. Noah, though, he's on the side there, running away from Cattle. He definitely can't get away.
Oh, I don't know. That groundbreaker gets a slow 50 HP, and he goes down. Cattle so good at hitting that sweet spot with the groundbreaker.
Yeah, and then threw a minion right on his head, dealing extra damage, slowing him and finishing him off. I was too soon to call him safe. Nice job by Cattle.
I mean, it's tough. You really need to be a good Garrosh to catch somebody like that in that situation. But it does mean level 10. It does mean the heroic tier is unlocked, so they got the first ultimates available now.
Right, Cursed Bullet, we have Leaping Strike, Micro Missiles, Warlord's Challenge, and Flailing Swipes.
Yep, oh, here we go. Self-destruct used. Kyocha does get back in his mech in time. Meanwhile, the Warlord's Call used by Cattle just to keep everybody in close in with that taunt. Nice kill onto Urel there. Now they've got good body blocking from Cattle. The Warcraft 3 player in you definitely appreciates that, I'm sure.
I love it. I love it so much. Kyocha did the same thing, also boosting pass. Now Micro Missiles on hosting.
No.
You know, Cattle set that up too. He threw them right into Hyde's silencing arm. Boom, instant decision. Go for the boss. Let's get these 4 bonus HP points as well, even while Lunara is defending the bottom fort from Simplicity.
Headless Horseman getting taken out. And if you're really lucky, he'll drop his mount. Oh wait, that's a different game. It's a World of Warcraft reference, Grubby. So don't worry about it.
Cassia thinking about the ult? Is this gonna be
collusion? Brightwing, can he get out of there? I don't think so. No. Wow. How?
Why?
I don't know. How did he get cut off like that?
Brightwing,
you're not the most maneuverable person if you're. Yeah,
Brightwing needs to have a breadcrumb trail of minions at every point where she wants to step up and do anything. And she was in a dangerous lane, like the boss was just taken, and the wave wasn't near. So no blink healing.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a misstep there. What it would seem like one anyway to end up with the kill on that. That said, nice polymorph. Nice throw to get Kyocha out of there, man. Caterpillar really the MVP of this game so far.
Yeah, he's owning. And Kyocha didn't even use Gladiator's Medallion. Still has it available.
Protect.
Yep, he does all that.
Got filth with the channel on the Lunara. Can he get it? No, not quite. Wouldn't expect it anyway. Polymorph on Caterpillar, but he's out. He's back. He's angry. Broad charge from Wit. They've just got Simplicity on the run right now. Here loading up that Avenging Wrath, but no real follow-up. And it is going to be even more damage over onto the core. Wow, Wit just getting chunked like crazy. Huge damage. Cursed Bullet takes that big percent health chunk out of him. Kyocha just trying to get the knockbacks with the booster just to keep his team in it. Looks like he does just that. Cure on the run. That lurking arm nearly shut him down. Didn't get the root though.
Simplicity getting stopped here with the cocoon on Garrus as well after he already used the taunt. That was level 11-12 for the most part. And you just gotta wonder, why are we running? It's equal talents, enemies channeling the point, and Simplicity unable to find a window. Burrow charging out rather than in, not really having... you know, the arrow wasn't available for Hanzo. The great initiation idea is arrow into a Nubarak. When the Nubarak goes in by himself, that happens. Cursed Bullet, big chunks. As the Groundbreaker goes in, they get collusion. He manages to blink heal away. Arrow passes by.
Yep, and it gets even scarier now with the shield that Cattle gets when he hits that Groundbreaker anyway. Ooh, but he might got nice Groundbreaker turned around. Gets that shield just like I was talking about. That lets him get to safety. And Simplicity, too low health to hang in this one. They have to back off yet again. And you're going to need to start worrying about shrines pretty soon again. Yeah, 30 seconds now. The timer has begun. And Sidestep Kings just trying to keep this push going in the bot lane for the moment.
That was a solid fight at them by Simplicity. They were down to
get the knockup. He does. Cure in big trouble. Pops the Ardent Defender. That should let him get out safely.
Nice dodge on the micro missiles. Out microed. As Simplicity, they were down a talent, but it was a 5 versus 4. Kyocha was not part of that. Those are the kind of fights you want to take. Nonetheless, it didn't pay off. So Simplicity loses a window to abuse a 5 versus 4. Now they're going to trade evenly on the shots. That's pretty nice for them. They do give up the Sappers as Sidestep Kings takes those, and they're looking to take down this bottom fort again and probably protect it for a while.
Yeah. Wow, the Sappers run right in, take a big chunk out of the fort. As you'd expect. Wit, he was aggressive, but he couldn't quite get to Cattle.
Yeah, the burrow charge from the shadows. Why didn't he reach? He does have the range upgrade.
I think he just didn't get there.
Overestimated the range.
Yeah, just a little bit outside of that. He was coming through the terrain too, which might have messed that up a little bit.
Nice block on the
there it is.
rail hammer. Wait, he threw a Nubarak over the wall.
Oh no. That's pretty scary. Meanwhile, self-destruct used. Cure trying to get out of range. He gets knocked up by the Groundbreaker, and that's going to set up the kill for the Lunara. Exactly. Well, we knew that was going to happen. He got knocked behind the wall, and he couldn't get out.
Yeah, because he just used his burrow charge. He was actually trying to desperately create beetles with all of his cooldown to make sure that the towers shoot those, but those were all gone. He was waiting for burrow charge, and he actually
that was hilarious, actually. we didn't see it, but you could look at the life bar at the top of the screen. You just saw him getting chunked.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, sorry.
No.
Things happened in the team fight as well, but that's just too hilarious, man.
Yeah. All right, more ultras coming up in about 20 seconds now, but this is looking a lot like our last game where it's just been maximum pressure across all the lanes from Sidestep Kings right from the very beginning.
We see the, I believe, a newly buffed talent by Lunar. Oh, no. He didn't take the bonus auto attack range. Never mind. But he does have a Noxious Blossom build. Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's extra burst. When you Q someone that's already poisoned, they take bonus damage, and then you get a really big cooldown reduction.
Ooh, 2 HP remaining for the core. This one might be over pretty soon. I mean, they've got a lot of utility, too, from the Lunara. There is, the protection on Kyocha. He's going to be able to back away now. Caterpillar just zoning a little bit, too. Goodbye, Wit. He got locked up in that lurking arm as well. Now Cure going ahead, Avenging Wrath to more like Avenging Retreat, I would say. Has to pop the Ardent Defender just to stay alive here. Oh my gosh, the turnaround damage of the Cassia popping off a little bit. She's got that ball lightning, and you always have to respect that damage.
Dude, that was sick. We had Cure coming in from the side, bashing both against the wall, perfectly lined up for the damage. got the counter kill there on Linara, who's getting a little frisky.
Right.
The cool thing, Linara is being played completely as a burst champ here. With all of his talents, he has made sure that he is playing so that he can follow up together with the Cursed Bullet and just absolutely blow up anyone that dares to stay in his range, even as he has a bit of poison damage. So really cool Linara play here. The first one we see in the CCL. Sappers, these are game condition. 3 Sappers, only 2 need to make it in.
There.
1!
Sappers are close.
2.
1 goes through. Does the second one make it? It does, and that is it. Sidestep Kings takes a lead in the series. 2-1 with a win here on Towers of Doom. And wow, that was, again, you know, as even though the first game went to Simplicity, last 2 games have been pretty one-sided in favor of Sidestep Kings, haven't they?
Absolutely one-sided, Doa, as, man, 9-2 in takedowns, just complete domination. Linara, Diva, and Greymane doing the damage, but it was really Kato and Garrosh that was enabling so much. And Hyde from the backline, as, you know, Kyocha, he just did his thing. 17k XP contribution, no props.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a lot of good crowd control as well. Just lurking arm, getting the root with that, the weighted pustule, and setting up things, following up on the groundbreaker, things like that. But we're going to bring Bahamut in again, get his take on that. That was a short game, wasn't it?
13 minute, 30 seconds. That's pretty good for Sidestep Kings, if I do say so myself. The one thing I gotta say, Hyde on the Stukov, you gotta respect it. Roughly 30,000 more healing than the Brightwing on the opposing side. Like, that's just really, really good Stukov play all around. There's a lot of good flailing swipes as well that kind of controlled those fights. I want to point out that this isn't the first time this happened. It actually happened on the Volskaya Fountain. No, excuse me. I made a note in my notebook about this. I actually think it was Tomb of Spider Queen. Yeah, it was actually both maps. They actually tried to web wrap the Garrosh, and they popped Indomitable frame perfect. Like, we can't not call that out. Like, it was literally frame perfect from Cattle to be able to avoid the web wrap. And also, little fun fact, they used their level 7 into the fray to throw one of the sappers into the quote-unquote death zone, or the range where the tower shot come up, because that's an instant count. You can't actually counteract that, because the fact that it once it goes over there, it's counted. So I gotta say, I really, really love the way that Sidestep Kings played this game number 3. Their dominant control is really showing here, and I think realistically, game 1 was not a good example of their comms, and they have woken up, and they are looking for a quick series in their favor in the latter half here.
It certainly seems that way. Let's take a look at the next map that we're going to go to. I believe it has been chosen, and it will be the map known as Battlefield of Eternity. There it is. Yeah. So going back to the Diablo-verse for what could be the last map in the series. And if Sidestep Kings keeps up the momentum that we've seen so far, it's kind of looking that way, isn't it?
Dude, you're saying that like it could be, but like we're all actually believing it, right? Like that first map kind of got us on the wrong foot into the series. We thought Simplicity, the synergy is just better and stuff, but you know, different maps, different drafts, and warming up into a series as well. Sidestep Kings are looking stellar right now.
Absolutely. Bahamut, what does Simplicity need to do to turn this one around?
I think it's their play style, in the sense of how do they want to play into Sidestep Kings. Game number 1 felt like they took a draft and they won that draft because they got everything they wanted. They got the Medivh, they got the follow. I would say that a Medivh is a big factor from that game number 1. Wasn't the reason they won, but it was a big consideration of mine when considering, well, what was the amplification? It was Hosty right there. So going into this one, I feel like they need to bring that aggression to the table. And Battlefield of Eternity is a 2-lane map where you have a lot of fighting underneath Belith and Alarian, the 2 immortals. So here, I think Simplicity needs to play into their hand, which is play aggressive, because it worked game number 1, and they got to stop being a little responsive, which is what game number 2 and 3 have felt like for me.
They did look a little bit timid, you know, where they were kind of just accepting their role as a defender and Sidestep Kings is the aggressor, and that's just the way it's going to be for all time. So we saw like a couple little pick attempts, but it just seemed like the whole team wasn't on the same page with those. It's, you know, I'm looking forward to when we have the comp things fixed again, so we can check some of that kind of stuff out. But because it really kind of seemed like the calls weren't necessarily totally coordinated, just looking at how some of those plays broke down.
There's also always the risk that you hinge so heavily on a certain pick that when you don't have it, suddenly you are missing something, missing an element. There are replacement picks for certain heroes, but there's no replacement for Medivh. If that is the case, let's say they got a lot of practice with Medivh, or the draft isn't working out the way they were planning to, what is their next go-to? Like, I don't think they play Zarya, for instance. And it's not quite the same, but let's jump into the draft and see what are we going to get. Could expect more Medivh bans from Sidestep, as this is a pretty decent map for him. And more than that, that's the only win that Simplicity has so far.
Simplicity versus Sidestep Kings. This could be the last game unless Simplicity manages to dig deep and find a way to tie it up. As the players jump in, we'll wait to see what the first bans are going to be. And it's another situation where you expect to see like the Chromie ban, things like that. Do you think the Cassia is going to get through though this time, Bahamut?
That's what I was trying to think here. Is what is our race potential heroes? And Cassia's up there. Let's see. Simplicity actually got it, and they didn't win with it. So the consideration for Sidestep Kings at this point is, well, they don't have a win under their belt with it. We don't really have to worry too much. I think the only outlier right now is, do the blinds affect you to the point of you're going to start losing a mortal race? And with a Greymane Lunara still getting that much damage and that many kills, I don't think they're worried about it. So I think you draft what you want on Sidestep Kings and you give over whatever, because you have the momentum and you have the advantage in the best of 5 series. This is where Sidestep Kings can get a little experimental if they want, or they could just try and shut it down and play an aggressive comp as they have been.
Sounds fun to me. Last ban, waiting for that last of the first round of bans anyway. It was Chromie and Joanna banned as well. Medivh makes sense.
This is a Medivh pick, right?
This is yeah, I would, yeah.
Well, we talked about them, maybe relying on the Medivh pick quite a bit, but they go with the Stukov.
Huh. Not on this map, evidently.
I mean, they're stealing the Stukov away from Hyde. Hyde has been playing extremely well with it, so maybe that's part of it. You just kind of test Hyde, see if he's got something other than the Stukov.
If they go back to Lucio, I wonder if the thought from Simplicity was to play around the fact that Lucio is very, very mobile-based and Stukov isn't as mobile, so maybe I wonder if they're trying to force them onto that hero for maybe a ping reason or something. I'm just trying to think of, like, what's the outlier tactics outside of denial? Because, yeah, Stukov is good regardless. Like, I feel like he fits into, much like Joanna, any composition, because you have those heroics. You even have so many different changes in abilities. Like Biotic Armor is a really good option for maybe dealing with Raynor, maybe a Greymane, maybe a Hanzo, because you have this physical armor applied with that weighted, with the healing pustule. But they're actually going to grab themselves the D.Va and the Greymane. This is actually a great race composition for the side of Simplicity. They still need a main tank and a little extra wave clears. That might be the priority bans from Sidestep Kings.
Sure.
Yeah, it goes to show how much the map plays into things, that Medivh is not considered in the first 8 or 10 or so heroes because they want race potential and they want stun synergy together with the Immortal.
So the final ban coming through in just a moment from the Simplicity side. We saw Diablo removed on the Sidestep King side.
Wonder if they'll remove ETC and say, hey, Kyocha is your solo laner, right? So you can still have ETC. Or if they're going to remove a pesky healer.
Kara? Oh,
Anna, a pesky healer it is.
Ana Ming was still open. Ana Ming could be really, really scary.
Anna Ming pretty popular on this map in particular, if I recall correctly. Popular on every map, but this one it's quite good on.
I was concerned. I was thinking Garrosh here because Cattle's had an amazing showing on Garrosh, and you have Greymane who wants to dive, D.Va who wants to be in your face and use their mecha explosion, and I paused mid-sentence because I was like, this gives Garrosh over to the opposing side. You can literally use Into the Fray on the mecha explosion as well to reposition it. So maybe I'm too stuck on the Garrosh here, but I feel like it works on both sides as a defensive hero as well as an aggression hero. But
it does make a lot of sense. And you also have a couple of heroes like Li Ming and Deckard that can't exactly get out of the way of Groundbreaker as easily as some of the other ones. I guess Li Ming has her, Blink, but still, it's going to be Tracer and Tyrael instead for Simplicity.
Okay.
Tyrael's a little bit more resistant to the percentage damage that Imperius deals than Garrosh, since Garrosh relies so much on armor. So he's got shields. Now we also have Tracer, basically triple support. Oh, Morgana.
What? All right.
Morgana. Hello. Send your children to bed because Morgana's going to play. But that's a triple support Tracer, basically. Diva's damage reduction, Tyrael's shields, Stukov's heals. A lot riding on Noah here.
Well, pretty crazy picks here coming out from this. The first Melganis we've seen, we didn't see any Melganis at all in the Icebreaker tournament. Obviously, we're not watching all the scrims out there, but I don't think a lot of people are expecting this one.
I don't think we've had a single Melganis game yet in HeroesCCL, even into the exhibition matches. Like, this is really, really exciting, but I gotta say, Sidestep Kings, the chain CC and burst ability is what I'm most afraid of, and that Tracer looks really easy to burst down. So I gotta say, Sidestep Kings, you got the most aggressive draft, and I would say that they're probably the stronger team in this best of 5.
Well, we will find out.
That's true.
That's right. Thanks for the input, Bahamut. We'll see you again after the game, but here we go. What could be the last game in our first series, if Sidestep Kings can take it, but it all depends on what Simplicity's got. We'll go through the teams one last time. Collusion playing the Stukov this time. Cure on the Diva. Noah playing the Tracer. Wit on the Tyrael. And Hosty on the Greymane. Meanwhile, on the Sidestep King side, we got Caterpillar himself on the Melganis, believe it or not. Godfilth on the Rainer Kyocha playing the Imperius this time in the off lane. Hyde on the Deckard Cain. And Ultralisk going to be playing the Li Ming. So, will we get a Game 5, Grubby? Looks like we're going to have to wait before we even get a Game 4. There's a pause.
Will we get a Game 4?
Yeah.
Oh, look. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like some comms issues. So, okay. We have a little bit of a pause as the gates just open. But let's talk about that Morganis. The one player that didn't pick his talent yet. Okay. So I don't know what he's going to go for yet. But Morganis just got a little bit of a buff, if I'm not mistaken, in the last patch. We have a small Discord issue among the players, basically the same one that affected us just now. So they're going to have to restart their Discord, and we'll wait for that.
Yeah. There's an issue with moving in and out of different channels that seems to turn off your ability to hear people randomly. So generally that's fixed pretty quickly by jumping in and out, but obviously you don't want to be doing a ton of that during the game, which is why we're not doing the comms this time around, and why we need to give them time to get it started. But it looks like everything's good, and so it's time to get back into the game once again. But yeah, as far as the patch goes, I remember
now. I remember Morganis's buff. He just got like a few percentage of extra health. That's it. And the accompanying health regeneration. So nothing about his talents. He is what he is. He stuns people. He slows people. And at 16, he flails wildly around himself, if that's what he goes for. But a cool pick and great setup for Li Ming. If you sleep someone and everyone has the discipline not to wake them up, Li Ming gets a full burst combo with her mirror ball. That's going to be pretty sick.
Yep. It'll be neat, and it really fits too, because it fits again with the aggressive sort of angle that Sidestep Kings have taken in this series so far. And yeah, if you have a Melganis Night rushing all over the enemy team, you can put a lot of damage into them for sure, like you said.
A very dynamic rotations here by Simplicity. They're actually looking to dodge the main 4-on-4. We have not been seeing enough of this in the Icebreaker tournament, but now we do. We see them going for the top gate. They're getting 2 towers soon. What happened on the other side? I can tell you also just about the same. 1.5 towers down. Small lead to Simplicity.
Yeah. Damage being done by both sides, like you said. But we kind of wanted to see this out of Simplicity. We wanted to see them put in a position where they could be more aggressive. But here comes Cattle going aggressive in this top lane. Pushing people back a little bit. Taking some damage from Noah on the Tracer as he walks out.
Check this out. Simplicity dodging the 4-on-4 again, leaving only Cure to clear the final 3 minions, while the rest could be hiding for all that Sidestep knows, or once again rotating to bottom, and that's what they're doing. So it's a trade on the Khazra Impalers. Siege advantage right now to Simplicity, and they're looking to expand on that. With their multiple layers of defenses and shields, Tyrael can do massive big pushes. A Li Ming that's trying to clear a wave, if you block her arcane orbs with heroes and you shield into it, which Wit is doing, she has a really tough time clearing this.
Definitely true. Simplicity getting some damage in on the wall on the bot lane as they wait for the Immortals to spawn at some point in the near future here. But Sidestep Kings can fight now. They've got the Sovereign Armors, they've got a bit buffer Imperious. Here comes Cattle going in. Seal manages to stop people down a little bit. They got the root down to Hosty, but he's able to walk back out of it. But again, this is all just kind of, we're in the time now where teams are just kind of trying to set up for the better angle on the Immortal.
Yeah, and it's here in 15 seconds. It's almost late to get the Fallen Bruiser now. We have D.Va just killing walls. There are no minions lost there. Cure is looking to kill that wave quickly so that he can join his team. And he did do just that. There's the Bruiser. Possibly Cure could let it go because the minions will hold it off for a bit and just go for the fight.
Yeah. Seems like it's a Necrotic Embrace focus build for our Mal'Ganis here.
Yeah.
So just trying to be a bit more tanky, which makes sense if you're playing that role.
Full defense, not taking any kind of fancy, I'm a main damage dealer Mal'Ganis.
Yep.
Very even on the Immortal. We now have the attack by Simplicity.
Yeah. Cattle swooping through the enemy team, trying to set up a little bit of damage here. The Immortal's getting really low, but it looks like it will be the Immortal for Simplicity that comes out victorious in the end.
Yeah. Well, you win the trade with Tracer and Greymane. Really, really good damage. Mal'Ganis tried to slow them down a bit, but it wasn't enough. Not like what a Johanna can do with the blind. They can really help you win the trades. So Immortal to Simplicity goes to the bottom lane, and the wall's already gone, so this could take a fort potentially.
We'll see how fast they can deal with it. The nice thing for them is that the Immortal doesn't have really any shielding to speak of. So at least there's that, but the fort is taking a lot of damage. They're at least going to lose the well, that's for sure. You always lose that at least. Yeah. Little tiny sliver over half the fort remaining. Cal getting aggressive. Flailing away.
Kyocha and Cure are wondering, is this a serious fight? Are you guys serious right now? Should we join 5-on-5 bottom lane at level 7? And Kyocha tries to arrest Cure and get his team on there, but he boosts away, and so normalcy has returned. Now they go for Kyocha. Uh-oh! Can you get away from Tracer? But
Kyocha... Yeah, a little bit of damage done before Kyocha had that Molten Armor cooldown back up again, so that was just a really good little window of time to put some more damage onto the Imperious before he was, tanky again. They saw that he had used that to fight against Cure's D.Va a little bit. So, yeah, just a nice little heads-up play to put some more damage and force him back to maybe hit the well.
Yeah. Sweet plays by Wit on Tyrael. Nice dodges. Was able to get away with his movement speed and teleportations. One of the most creative tank heroes. It's so
Ultralisk on the Li Ming.
Look at
chased on by Wit a little bit. Gets out with the smite, but there's some action going down at the top camp here. The siege camp being fought over right now. Oh, it's so close. Can they possibly flip it? No, they can't. It does go the way of Simplicity right now. And Cattle trying to pave the way for Kyocha to escape. Won't armor used, but there's the defense matrix soaking a little bit of damage. Cattle a little bit isolated. All right, sleep, and he just flies to safety.
Pretty massive. They interrupted Cattle's sleep once. They tried to do it again, but he got it off. But the instant triple sleep as Lural gifts 20 gift subs in the HeroesHearth community. That's awesome, dude. Thank you very much.
It's amazing. Thanks, yeah. Very cool.
Now the second phase of the Immortal, we have the trade of damage.
Yeah, the race has begun. Right now, it's going a little bit better for Sidestep Kings. Will Simplicity be able to equalize or turn around? Looks like they're interested in just kind of racing for this first part.
It's so even. Just 208 points difference. And now defensive positions. Who dares to attack? Sidestep Kings gets Ultralisk in to do a little bit of poking.
Yeah, both teams defending here. Something's going to have to be done, though, by Simplicity because they're Immortal right now, a little bit lower HP. So if it just comes down to damage traded from the Immortals themselves, they'll come out behind in that one. And you can see Sidestep Kings just being aggressive, saying, hey, we just want to keep you over there. We know we're winning right now.
Yeah, they're clearing top lane, they're clearing bottom lane, Kyocha heading top, Raynor is down there, and Ultralisk got a few shots in, about 4,000 damage or so, even as Wit was trying to protect. Now they go in for Godfield. They say, enough of this. We have level 10. Pulseball misses. They go for Godfield. He gets down to 10%.
Godfield trying to dodge, trying to make sure the fort damage is enough, but no. It's not quite enough to finish off any of his opponents. Not even close, actually, and Hosty manages to pick up that kill with the Greymane. Do they have time to come back and actually do this?
That should get them the Immortal. Like, that was the play. Finding Godfield in the lane there, that was the only way out of this gridlock.
Yeah, Cattle taking a lot of time here, but it looks like Simplicity might be able to swing the Immortal fight in their favor. They certainly will. That's going to do it. They're going to win the Immortal yet again. Noah backing off takes a lot of damage on the Tracer before he gets out. But hey, a win is a win, and that's another objective claim by them.
And coincidentally, that was the first takedown of the game as well.
Yeah. Wow, you're right.
That kill on Raynor, and it got them the objective. It was absolutely super impactful. We have the very deliberate 5-man push with the Immortal, not leaving Cure in the bottom lane. They really want to make sure to get some value here. Let's see if they can.
Trying to push as much as they can with that. Interesting note, go for the throat was the choice for Hosty there.
Oh yeah.
Not going with the silver bullet.
So his target will be Li Ming or Raynor rather than actually Morganis. They're just going to ignore Morganis.
Yeah, going to try to play the assassin. All right, Sidestep Kings coming down to try to save their fort. We'll see if they can. Cattle getting in the back line just a little bit. Couple sleeps being delivered here. Can they follow it up? Noah gets in, gets taken down by the fort, actually got slowed up. Couldn't get back to safety. That might have been just a nice little stun there.
That was rough. 5 versus 4, under enemy fort. Tracer misses Pulse Bomb, recalls in a vulnerable position and dies. Something went wrong there. We can't know exactly what, but that was a 5v4. Meanwhile, we had Raynor clearing top, but now Greymane top lane. Greymane and D.Va are going after Godfield.
Yeah, Godfield has no health. In fact, yeah, literally no health as he is picked here. Meanwhile, the Imperious Kyocha does manage to pick off the Stukov on the other side. Illusion not able to do it. Oh my gosh, Caterpillar.
The thing is, Wit deliberately put himself in the minion lane so that Morganis, when he uses the damage, gets attacked by the fort. I don't think Morganis should have used his abilities. That's why the fort targeted on him, and that's why Noah could finish him off.
Oh, Kyocha's super low. The Angelic Armament's down already. Hide with the stay a while and listen to get to sleep. That's going to be a lot of damage from the fort onto Wit. He has to back off in the material here. Traded kills yet again. The Cure on the run. That was a very vulnerable position for the Deckard Cain and Ultralisk on the Li Ming, but it ended up being a really nice play at the beginning of that by the Imperious to get the Celestial Charge and then just pop the Angelic Armaments to delay the fight long enough to at least make that even and save the fort.
Yeah, good job. Like, fight for those forts, man. That's a catapult every 3 waves. They're very important also in how they give you a buffer of defense against the next objective and against deep lane invades. Defensive positions for the Immortals as Fallen Bruiser gets taken for either side.
Yeah, all right.
Big damage here on Wit.
Matrix. Yep, that's right. Wit having to take a defensive spot in the tournament early on. Cattle does manage to find Noah a little bit, but he able to jump out.
So much value here from Deckard. Hide, spreading those greater healing potions, like mini ancestral healings. That's what healed Li Ming back up from that successful Noah Pulse Bomb hit on Li Ming. He found his mark this time. There was not enough follow-up damage.
Yeah. It's amazing how fast the Deckard Cain can heal everybody if he takes that super healing potion trait a little bit later in the game.
And you set up for it. You set up for these fights.
Absolutely. Speaking of the fights, Noah just trying to be very aggressive on the Tracer right now.
Wit goes in on the backline and teleports back again. He's doing a lot of elusive stuff with that Sword of Justice.
Yeah.
He's looking to bait cooldowns.
Exactly. All right, Cattle gets a bit of a stun to Cure. There's the sleep as well, but that's fine. He's going back into the back line with that. Angelic Armaments for Kyocha as he starts to feel the pressure. Big push from Illusion to force Ultralisk out of a position to do a lot of damage here. Meanwhile, there's a stay a while and listen. Only catches Cure, so Hyde's going to go ahead and cancel that and back away. Gets picked off. Been able to zone fairly well with the scroll ceiling, but they need more than this. Not a lot of damage on either Immortal just yet, but it right now is in the favor of Sidestep Kings.
A little bit of catapult pressure at the top lane. Li Ming gonna deal with it. Greymane, meanwhile, getting a massive wave, a massive red wave here at the bottom.
I've just been told the Immortals don't actually do damage to each other in this phase. They used to, all right? They used to.
Yeah, they don't, but it looks like it. So, you know, it's not very intuitive.
Hey, back when I did Heroes, they used to. It's been a while.
So it was funny. Just now the D.Va mech actually isolated Morganis. He was completely by himself against 3-4 people. They didn't even target him. They knew it was useless. And it was good timing by Cattle to use his Carrion Swarm to threaten Tracer and be completely safe.
Yeah, that Mal'Ganis can be a little bit slippery between Carrion Swarm and Night Rush.
Very close to the 50% point on the Blue Immortal. Simplicity far away from that. They're going to have to fight into Immortal stuns if they go here. They're doing it. They're getting slept.
Yeah, double sleep. Where's the follow-up, though? Ultralisk casted back away. That's a nice healing, though, from the Deckard Cain as Ultralisk gets back in a position to do more damage. Noah, can he get out? No, he cannot. It's a spicy Li Ming kill from Ultralisk to finish that one off. Meanwhile, they're going to jump back onto onto Collusion. Great chain CC, the sleep into the Celestial Charge from Kyocha. There was no escape at all for Collusion there.
The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow said a bit of damage was done to the bottom fort from Khazra Impalers. That's something that Simplicity had. But that was again Noah trying to make his mark on Li Ming. It could be expert dodges, actually, by Li Ming, by Ultralisk, if I'm not mistaken. Those bombs don't connect. Noah gets exposed, doesn't get his mark, and there's nothing to save him there. You know, Sanctification is available. In theory, if he's going to make a play like that, Tyrael can be ready. But the coordination isn't there, and it has to be pointed out. Simplicity's draft is extremely difficult to pull off effectively. There's no, like, easy stun chain, lots of stuns, like easy comps, artillery mage. This is a synergistic team comp that has to really just sing. It has to be in harmony.
It's tough. Oh, good slow with the Herodric Cube. That's going to let Cattle get in there with his Fell Claws. Big sleep, actually, too, coming in with a Night Rush. And they're going to get this fort and more. Cattle is just kind of like one-man armying the enemy team right now. 1v3, no problem for this Mal'Ganis, apparently. Wit trying to come in from the side, but Cattle just looks at him and he backs off. Here we go, through the wall. Possibly Kyocha in, gonna force that self-destruct. The D.Va mech health was just a bit too low. That said, the Immortal still very healthy as they walk in on this other fort. Sidestep Kings backing off. They let Simplicity get a bit aggressive here. Kyocha saying relatively safe with the Angelic Armaments as he has to walk back for just a moment. But are they going to lose this other fort? It's super low. Sidestep Kings really wants to get it, but they're going to have to back away. Simplicity barely saves it. Kyocha, Molten Armor running out in just a moment here, but they're going to turn it around. Oh, nice sleep. Double sleep, actually, from the Stale Wild Listen. And the E from Mal'Ganis as well. Nobody's waking up from that. Meanwhile, Cure gonna get popped out of the mech again in just a moment if he's not careful. Oh, nice turnaround! He didn't know the Micro Missiles cooldown was up, and that's a big kill onto Ultralisk. That's nice, a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, what Noah couldn't do, Cure finally did. He shot down Ultralisk. Of course, bit of a mistake by Ultra. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't generally want to walk into that, but it's hard to keep track of all the cooldowns sometimes.
The keep is alive though, no catapult pressure yet, but it's so close. And I gotta say, man, that move out by Simplicity, was that a little bit desperate or what? Like,
yeah, it felt that way.
They weren't all back yet. Did they really need to? Like, they weren't all back yet. It was like starting with 3 to 4 members. One just came from the core. It's 2 versus 2 keeps. Yes, your keep is low, and that constitutes a future shrinkage of options. But that kind of chase rarely goes right, because Li Ming has a much easier time hitting her shots when you're moving at her. Not to mention, Deckard, stay a while and listen. It felt like Storm League almost. I haven't seen those chases go correctly very often, and it looked promising for a bit, to be fair, but it ended as it usually does.
I see what you're saying, for sure. I also see the point from Simplicity's side, where they've been on the back foot for like 2.5 games in a row now. So at some point, you need to start taking the initiative, even if it's not during the ideal time. And, you know, hey, they got that lucky kill onto the Li Ming. So, you can't really ask for much more than that. Now it's just a race. Both teams trying to do as much damage as they can to the Immortals before they swap spots, and now the fight comes in.
So they're going to lose top keep if they fight now, Simplicity. So whatever they do now, it has to be really good. It has to be worth it. So you either force an attack or you take a neutral team fight. You don't have a lot of time. It has to happen now. Wit is getting attacked here. Tyrael dropping to 60%. Once again, Noah seeking
Ultralisk, though.
Oh,
Ooh, they found the pick onto Ultralisk. He stepped too far forward on the Li Ming and paid for it big time. There's a self-destruct to get that mech back in just a moment. It's so hard to get a pick on a Tyrael. They tried for it, and they left their Li Ming exposed. Big scroll of ceiling, actually.
Noah again
but
goes down. They had to make something happen fast. They wanted to rush down that Immortal. They're going to lose the keep if they stayed longer, so they really rushed it. And Noah got caught by that scroll of ceiling, like you said, and the Heraldric staff.
Kyocha trying to do what he can. The Hosty, he did go in with the Celestial Charge. Hosty, though, unfazed. Tail on listen, catches 2. Where's the follow-up, though? Kyocha already had to back away, so Sidestep Kings a little bit out of sync with this one. Also just doing what they can to try to preserve the health on their Immortal, really. So, you use an ultimate to do that, but it didn't end up working out. Or it did, actually. It did end up working out. Forget that.
Yeah, Sidestep Kings, they got Raynor to finish off the Immortal at the top, even as all that went down. And the keep went down. So at this moment, we could be looking at a 2 versus 0 keep situation.
Indeed. Sidestep Kings going for that bottom keep, of course. That's the one that the Immortal's going to go for. I believe it targets the lane that's healthier, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So naturally, that's the way it's going to go.
By the way, Imperious, top damage, 53,000, more than everyone else in the game.
Wow.
He's supposed to be an off-laner and a tank. There you go.
I mean, if you're just standing in the middle of everybody with molten armor, you're going to do enough damage eventually, I suppose. That'll work. This keep under a great threat. Sleep onto Tyrael in the back lines. Cure with the defense matrix, but it's not defending him enough as the mech is dealt with. So is the Immortal, but that keep is going to go down as well. So now both keeps out of commission, and the pressure just continues, man. Sidestep Kings just kind of not so slowly choking out the enemy team. There's another one. Noah caught on the Tracer yet again. And it's looking all but a done deal right now for Sidestep Kings here.
Yeah, that's a Talrasha's Elements, Mirror Ball, Power Hungry, Boosted, Magic Missile, Li Ming combo. That's more than enough to one-shot Li Ming.
Yep.
If she, to one-shot Tracer, if she would just be so nice to stand still, which of course Cattle is helping with.
Exactly. He's got a lot of crowd control now on that Mal'Ganis. He took the Seeker Swarm as well, so that's even more. Meanwhile, going back in there. Speaking of which, there it is, right there, and that's the damage we're talking about, man.
81 health.
Or Li Ming, rather. Yeah. Yeah, that'll about do it.
They went for Godfield. It seemed like he was secluded on the left side of the core by himself. They got him to 81 health. And the furious Revenge and Peel by Sidestep Kings. It was enough to get this map win. And that's gonna do you GG's. Well played. 3-1 to Sidestep Kings.
Exactly. Not just the map win, but that is the series win now. Sidestep Kings able to take down Simplicity with a 3-1 victory.
Really, really sick. Top damage is by the two offlaners, D.Va and Kyocha. Of course, they have done a bit of damage to each other as well, which kind of boosts their numbers. But it still remains impressive to see how these solo laners are also contributing in the fights. Bahamut, what stood out to you in this match, in this slobber knocker?
The synergy between Cattle and Kyocha, like I'm honest to God, like my jaw's on my desk. It was just Night Rush into Celestial Spear into combo from Ultralisk. It was just insanely well played every single time. And this is what I was talking about. And just quickly trying to make a point before we got into the game. The chain CC and burst ability from Sidestep Kings is terrifying. While yes, you can dive into the backline with D.Va and Tracer and Tyrael and you get that effective damage, the effective healing from Hyde was too much. You noted that there was the super potions taken at level 13. Not the most popular talent, but I think it was an adaptation from Hyde that was really well picked up because it dealt with these large burst ability, these low health pools that could Greymane and Tracer can play off of that were non-existent now. So big shout out to, I think, Kyocha. They really stood out to me. Ultralisk was able to steal away the siege damage right at the end of that one on their side. But overall, an amazing game number 4, and Sidestep Kings played that so very well.
Fun team to watch. Let's take a look at our schedule going forward. As you just saw, Sidestep Kings with the 3-1 victory over Simplicity. But don't go anywhere, because very soon we have Granit Gaming taking on WildHeart Esports for our second best of 5 of the day. Give us a bit of a preview, Grubby. What do you think we can expect from that?
Well, neither team has managed to clinch a victory yet in the icebreaker tournament, Doha, so they're going to be hungry for their first triumph tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Well, before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break. But during our break, we've got an interview with the one and only Henning. So let's check that out, and we'll see you guys for the next match in just a moment.
Hi, friends, and welcome to the CCL official halftime show, name pending, presented by Roll20. I'm Gilly, and I'm here with Henning, support player for Granit Gaming. Hey, Henning, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm happy for today's match.
Oh yeah. I'm very excited to get the season underway. It's been a few weeks of hype. We saw the icebreaker tournament, we had the draft show. Now that you guys have had a few weeks together, how's the dynamic been going so far in practice?
It's been getting better and better. We had kind of a rough start, especially with the icebreaker as well. But we've been practicing hard like these last 2 weeks to prepare as much as we can for today.
Sure.
And I think it's been going really well.
Awesome. And speaking of the icebreaker tournament, what was your team's approach going in, and what kind of adaptations have you been making since then?
One thing, we didn't really have too much of a goal in mind when playing it, sadly, which also participated in making it go the way it did. But since then, we've been practicing hard, especially with our comms, which was really poor at times. And we also tried making a tank change.
Okay. And you feel like, all these changes and adjustments are helping you guys kind of come together and get more of a game plan going together as a team?
Yeah, we've been meshing better and better for each day that goes.
Awesome. Well, that's great to hear, and I'm super excited to see what you guys can bring to week 1. I wanted to ask you specifically, looking at the drafts that you guys were playing in the icebreaker tournament. We saw you playing Anduin both games.
Yeah.
And I think his prioritization for all teams maybe not quite figured out yet. So I wanted to get your thoughts on where specifically you felt he fit into a comp, or where he fits into the meta.
I think he's one of the more underrated support. I feel like the support meta is one of the most open spots it's been for a long time. Where like most heroes are viable, like Brightwing, Lucio, Anduin, Deckard, Ana, and so on. And I think he's both good at enabling engages, or like to follow up engages with his light bomb to put it on like the tank or whoever goes in.
Yeah.
And he also works well the other way around, that if like the enemy team has a blow up comp where they want to CC and blow someone up, you have your pull, which got buffed as well.
So more flexible, but maybe underrated by some of the other teams then.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel, what heroes would you say are kind of your staples, your mains, that when people see you on, they're like, oh, he's feeling good?
I mean, of course, Rhaegar. Can't say much about that. Sadly, he's not in a too good of a spot right now. I would say Malfurion as well. And after this past time, I would say Brightwing is becoming more and more now as well.
You can't see my camera, but I'm cheering. I'm excited.
Nice.
I'm very happy to see Brightwing getting so much play, because there was a long chunk of time, at the end of HGC where we didn't really get to see her too much, except for like niche picks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I would argue that she's like the strongest support by now as well.
I like you, Henning. I think we're gonna get along well. That's great.
Nice.
Well, I want to take a step back for a second. and get you a chance for you to talk kind of about your history playing Heroes competitively.
I started back in 2016 by the release of Ming, like playing the game. But it took until the start of 2017 with the coming of Open Division. Yeah, that's what it was called.
Yep.
For me to like start playing competitively and taking it serious. And then I think the big breakthrough came in the first season of 2018 when I played with Singularity. And we won the regular season of Open Division, and we finished 3rd in playoffs, just missing out on the Crucible. And then I took a short break and came back, joined that team for playoffs of the 2nd season of Open Division in 2018. And then I dropped out of uni at the end of 2018 to put like all into Heroes to make it.
Oh man!
And then, as we all know, it got cancelled.
Oh my gosh! What did you do?
Then we kept playing. Like we played the Nexus contest, which was like the European Nations tournament. Where Team Sweden, like we met up in Stockholm, like we have like the Swedish Esports Association that fixed things for us, which was really nice and kept like motivation high. And then seeing like the crowdfund and stuff for Division S back then, I just stuck with it, and here I am still.
Here you are. Well, I'm so thrilled. I had no idea. But I'm so thrilled that we have you in CCL now to be able to, you know, compete at the highest level of what we've got, you know, in Heroes. And I'm very happy that, you know, we've just...
Yeah, I'm happy to be here as well.
Good. I'm very glad. And I heard, I think Liquipedia had something about the history of your name, Henning. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, before I played Heroes, I played League, and I don't know how many like nicknames I have went through. But then at the end of 2015, I think it was, my grandfather passed away, and Henning was his name, and it was like my middle name. But it was after his passing that I name changed to Henning. And since then I've stuck with it.
That's pretty incredible. And apologies for the passing of your grandfather, but I think it's a really cool tribute that you've got for him using the name.
Yeah, I hope so.
So looking now at CCL, and again back to kind of the practice that you guys have been putting in, bringing your synergy together. I'd love to know what you feel that, you know, Granit's strengths are, or, you know, will be as you guys continue to practice together.
Right now, I would say that we're like really strong when it comes to team fighting. Our team is like built of these really mechanically good players in all roles. And one thing which was also is that both of our range players, they are so flexible. And the thing that the other one doesn't play, the other one plays. So like
awesome.
They complete each other's hero pools really well. So I think as we scrim more and expand our drafts, it will be a real nuisance to draft against us.
Yeah, flexibility is so important, you know, especially as patches come in and things change. So that's really great to hear. Now, you guys, your first match here is going to be against WildHeart for regular season. What are your thoughts on them as a team, and how you think that match will go?
I think looking at them, it's a bit mixed reactions to them actually, because in some people's eyes, they are an underrated team, I feel like, on looking like on paper. And on the other side, I think they're kind of overrated as well, in a way that people expect so much from them, like in terms of drafting, since they have like Justing. who gets dubbed the mad scientist. And this team is like also built around him, so
Yeah.
I think it's really hard to place them, especially this early on. But as the season goes, I think they can probably be one of the stronger teams as well.
Yeah,
And hopefully we'll win this one and start off the season with a bang.
super important for sure. I seem to remember a certain Justing Zool, I think, back in the day. So we'll see what they can bring out. But
oh yeah, that's where it started.
yes, but I'm excited to see what you guys bring out as well. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Before I close out this interview, are there any shout outs that you would like to give?
I mean, shout outs to HeroesHearth for putting this up, keeping Heroes alive, and to all of the people watching, of course, also helping it. And shout outs to Granit for coming back to Heroes and for having faith in us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Henning. Thank you, everyone watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to HeroesCCL. Presented by Roll20. I am Doa, of course. With me are Grubby and Bahamut, and we have a special guest with us right now from our last series. We have none other than Sidestep Gaming's own Caterpillar. You guys won your first match, 3-1's got to feel good. What do you think was kind of like the key to victory today? What put you guys over the top?
Yeah, well, thanks for the congrats. I think today was I think we've just got really good initial synergy between everyone, and just everyone has a very good idea of like how to play macro, and I think macro is where we got most of our leads, and then we just have good follow-up, and yeah, games were pretty good. First game was a loss as predicted, because
as predicted.
Explain.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like the first warm-up game. It's just so hard to win it. It's just
I
how
see.
it is.
This is just a humble brag, isn't it?
No,
it
not
was just a
even.
warm-up game, you know.
It's a warm-up loss. I get it.
Yeah, it's a chronic issue. It's not a good thing. A warm-up win would be a lot better, but for some reason, it's just, I don't know. The first game, it's got to be a loss.
All right. Do you have a question, Grubby? We'll just go down the line.
Well, let's start at the end, actually. You were playing on Morganis. First time we see him in the CCL. Were you as surprised to be put on Morganis as as we were to see it? What was the idea?
Yeah, I was definitely surprised because we never practiced it. I haven't played it in forever. I used to play it a lot, so I know how to play it. But it's just really hard to find situations where you can pick him. But then they picked their draft, and Kyoto said, "No CC, Morganis," and we just locked it, and it was good.
In game one, you mentioned warming up tends to happen slow. That's actually a problem that always affected me as well. Like the mindset isn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
Does it also affect your comms, or is it purely a mechanical issue?
I think it comes down to, it just affects one or the other. So I put, like, my first game, I'll say I played pretty badly. I was putting a lot into comms, and my brain just like wasn't ready to have enough space for perfect play. But then, like, after the first game, it got easy to do both, and yeah, it's just like the multitasking wasn't quite working yet.
Got us off on the wrong foot, because Simplicity looked like they had way better synergy in game one. But then in game 2, 3, and 4, you kind of wiped. Especially Towers of Doom was a 13-minute game. You had Lunara running with this big burst damage build. You had Greymane just ready to punish Anubarak whenever he would jump up. Did you feel like you won that one in draft already, or was it really a rotational advantage that you guys applied?
Yeah, that one definitely felt like draft. Like their comp wasn't bad, but it just didn't seem to have like any big thing it was really good at. Like they had a little bit of poke, they had okay wave clear, they had okay team fight, but they didn't really excel at any of them. Whereas our comp was like, we had good camps, good wave clear, and we had really good team fight too. And we just got, I don't know, I think I got way more picks than I should have. And it's kind of unrealistic to always get that many garage tosses. They were just a little too out of position, but I mean, it worked out.
I like that you're keeping yourself realistic. You played well and you got the pickoffs, and that deserves the praise. But you're trying to keep yourself stable because you know this isn't a one-day tournament; it's a long league. So solid mindset there. I don't know if you guys have a question. I wanted to ask about June and Hyde. You had a swap on the player roster.
Yeah, there's not too much to it. Both June and Hyde are super good. We just we didn't have the most scrims this last week, and we were playing more of them with Hyde than with June, so just felt a little more comfortable going with him. And I mean, he played really well, and kind of feels that we got lucky to get away with last picking him in draft. I don't know how he fell through, but now we just have two like super good supports, and we can just play whichever one we want every week.
All right, Bahamut, last question, and it can't be about the adorable cat in the background.
No, all I want to know about is how do I get as good as you on Garrosh to be able to indomitable web wraps consistently in 2 games in a row? Because what do you watch for? Do you watch the web wrap, the cast? I'm just curious.
I watch for the animation.
Okay.
When he does the little stop, like the little stutter, and just a lot of it comes down to having played a ton of a noob myself. I have like a good idea of like in this time window is when he's going to be looking for cocoon, so I just pay a little more attention then, because a lot of times you don't have to think about it, because if he cocoons you, like nothing would actually happen. But when it comes down to that little window, it's like, okay, if he gets a cocoon right now, it's really bad for my team, so now I have to watch for it. And then it's a lot easier to react to stuff when you're watching for it.
All right, sage advice from a champion, at least today anyway. Thanks for stopping by Sidestep Kings Caterpillar. Good luck in your next series next week, and maybe we'll see you then. Until then, happy practicing, and thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to shout out our sponsor real quick at
go for it.
Flash Gaming. They make these pretty cool new sleeves.
Ooh.
It's esports gear, and it's for ergonomics and performance enhancement, and just like to help you out in your mind. And you can check them out in chat with the SSK command. Yeah, shout out to my team. Everyone played really well today.
All right. Thanks again, Caterpillar from Sidestep Kings, a champion today. 3-1 victory over Simplicity. But now, guys, we got to move on. We got to start thinking about our next series coming up here. And it's going to be a really interesting one. Granit Gaming versus WildHeart Esports. Bahamut, what's your read on this one as we take a look at the schedule again? Like I mentioned, Granit Gaming versus WildHeart coming up. What do you think?
I mean, it was either you or Grubby who said it earlier. Both of these teams lost in the icebreaker tournament in an 0-2 fashion. So I'm excited to see these two teams up against each other. We have just Granit Gaming, who's got literally everyone's in EU except for Nintori. And then on the note of everyone in EU, Nick is the only German. Everyone else is Swedish, excuse me. So we are potentially, depending on who's in the lobby, we are going to have EU versus NA. Because if we look over at the side of WildHeart Esports, their roster as well, every single one of them is a North American player. But on the note of that, 2 of which made it into the open division or through the open division, and 2 of them played on teams together consistently through the HTC, in that Team 8, Roll20, Team 12, and Octalysis had Justing and Bud on them together. So there's really good synergistic value from some of the players for WildHeart, and the same can be said for Granit Gaming. I think we're in for a doozy of a series here.
You know, when I talked to Goon way back before the draft even happened, he mentioned that synergy between those players was something he was specifically looking for when he was planning on who to try to grab in the draft and put that together. So that now we kind of see if that plan that was in effect back then is going to be able to produce results.
We will see, and we'll see the first map as well. For this best of 5, it's going to be Battlefield of Eternity by WildHeart Gaming.
Isn't it Infernal Shrines?
Yes, it is.
Oh
Infernal
gosh,
Shrines.
Grubby.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm so disappointed in you.
I expect Chad, I expect a Reddit post in like 3-4 hours. I do want to know.
about someone other than me for now.
I want to note one thing really, really quickly for anyone that might be coming in for our second best of 5 of the day and might have missed this explanation earlier. You might be seeing that the teams are only banning out 1 map currently rather than the 2 in our previous weekends. We heard the organizations, we heard the players, and we heard the people out there as well. So we adjusted our map ban phase from 2 bans per team for a best of 5 series to 1 map ban per team in a best of 5. This allows, if we go to a game 5, the team that has to choose a map isn't a forced map, and it offers them a little bit more of a choice rather than like, cool, we're just going to go to this one that's the only one available. So for anyone that was wondering why we have that slight change, if you noticed it, or if you're just curious yourself, that was adjusted this week. But we're here, we're on Infernal Shrines, game number 1 of our second best of 5 of the day, and we're seeing some fairly common bans.
Yeah, Cassian, Medivh, Urel as well. One thing I want to pay note to is over on the Granite Gaming side, they are running their supposed substitute scope, their 6th pick, I believe, rather than Burgold, who was a player that I think a lot of other people may have expected to be in there instead. What do you think about that?
I had no thoughts on it yet. Well noted.
If I'm not oh, go ahead.
I was thinking WildHeart is the only team so far that ran Artanis in the CCL, in the icebreaker tournament. Was wondering if we're going to get any bans on Artanis, but as of yet, not yet.
Not yet. That Chromie ban coming in, though, is the last ban from WildHeart. Diva, the first pick for Granite Gaming. We'll see what WildHeart picks up here.
I don't disagree with that. I just want to circle back to the question you had about Granite Gaming's roster change. I have some notes myself, and Skoog and Burger actually have played together on teams in the past, and Skoog is technically considered a flex, and Burgle is considered their tank player. So I think this kind of runs in the realm of what I was mentioning beforehand, where a lot of these players are Swedish, or they played on Granite Gaming together, or they were on another team together. There's so much synergy that's here. I feel like Skoog and Burger are interchangeable because they might have different tank pools to throw off the enemy team. That's at least what I'm seeing here. But we have to talk about the cool thing here. We got a Gazla, we got a Junkrat, we got a Diva, Hanzo, and a Joanna. There's a lot of great picks thus far on Infernal Shrines.
The first Gazlo contest so far of the day. Gazlo, of course, got nerfed a little bit less damage on his turrets, a few other talents and values tinkered with. No pun intended. And so the Gazlo is coming into the draft finally by WildHeart.
Anduin banned out by WildHeart, so that's one support out of commission. Obviously, Anduin very useful for pulling divas. Joanna's back out of danger, or Hanzo, if Nick decides to get a bit over-aggressive, but not going to happen this time. Diablo, the final ban, as we turn over to the next couple picks for WildHeart.
I'm wondering if this Hanzo is actually for Nick. I know there's a swap phase at the end of the draft, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because Infernal Shrines is notably one of the highest priority maps for Kerrigan, I believe, and Nick had some of the most beautiful Kerrigan plays in the in the exhibition weekend. We didn't have any Kerrigan in the icebreaker tournament due to a blizzard feature, if you will, but that was fixed in our most recent patch, and so Kerrigan is viable and available. So I'm wondering, do we actually see that being picked up, because the burst ability is real big from her? But we still got to talk. There was a Blaze Stukov on the left.
Don't think there's space for Kerrigan, at least for Granite. They already have their Bruiser in Diva.
Yeah.
This time the Bruiser is also the solo laner. They're gonna go with Deathwing.
Whoa, all right, Deathwing and mini Deathwing there, yeah.
Lost Deathwing.
You're right. Because I actually thought the Junkrat was a denial into Svampgrada because they play an insanely beautiful Junkrat too. But if memory serves me correct, Unaverted's just a beautiful ranged assassin in the Junkrat, on the Hanzo, many others in that realm. But I was about to say they need a main tank, but it looks like Blaze will be their main tank. WildHeart with a bit of a wild draft here for game number 1 in our best of 5.
I think that's kind of what a lot of people said we could expect from a team that has players like Pit Kid, aka Justing, on it, right?
You can entomb, then you can blaze stun into all of them. You can silencing arm. You can put the Riptire, the Gazlo bombs. We got really cool synergy. We heard from Cattle just now, there was maybe not enough of a purpose to one of the drafts of simplicity. We definitely see purpose here for WildHeart.
All right. Bahamut, last thoughts on this before we banish you to the nether realm until after the game?
I think that Leoric might put Deathwing in a bit of an awkward spot with the percent-based damage, but at the end of the day, I think this Hanzo is really going to show a lot of prowess here, and that's what I think it's going to boil down to. Can Leoric really put some pressure into Deathwing, or does Hanzo run amok and just set up the team for everything they need and have the consistent sustained damage they need?
All right, well, we are getting in the game right now. Game number 1 between WildHeart and Granit Gaming. Let's go through the roster one more time. We've got Zergling playing the Blaze, Buds on the Stukov, Unaverted on the Junkrat, Pit Kid on the Leoric, and Funds on the Gazlo. Meanwhile, over on the Granit Gaming side, we have Nintori playing the Diva, Henning on the Brightwing, Nick bring the DPS on the Hanzo, Samkrota on the Deathwing, and finally Skoog on the Joanna. Grubby, give me your breakdown of the draft. What do you think here?
I mean, here's how I see the story of the draft, right? Hanzo was picked fairly early, and Diva. Yeah. These are two heroes that you need to deal with, and there's only a certain set of heroes that can deal with it. Diablo is one of the best. He has big reach, and he can stun and kill Hanzo fairly easily. Hanzo for many seconds cannot jump away. So then they banned the Diablo. Smart heads-up play. So then you think, okay, which tank is going to come out next that has that reach on a backline assassin? I didn't think it's going to be Blaze, I gotta say, nor Leoric. I think what we're seeing here is WildHeart playing for level 20. Blaze's stun has a small wind-up and can get blocked by other people along the way, unlike an ETC. So how does Blaze get past, let's say, Johanna or Deathwing to actually get all the way to Hanzo? Well, with some smart flanking. Alternatively, Leoric's level 20 buried alive is a win condition here. So I think WildHeart has a potentially really strong level 20, but might suffer a little bit when it comes to trying to take down the high priority target that's Nick.
Fair enough. Teams breaking off right now to do their respective siege camps as we wait for things to start spawning here. I'm wondering, where the, I get the Anduin ban now, because if you have a comp that's trying to kind of lock people up, use things like Entomb to trap people, you don't want that leap of faith bringing them to safety. Because Anduin's not normally a common ban, from what I'm aware of.
Yeah, I see him rarely on ladder, but ladder's always a little bit slower to adjust, and he did get those buffs before, and we know how the pros value positioning and saving people from effective burst combos. Anything that gives unstoppable and repositions is very valuable. So Anduin gets used for that. You don't take him just for his healing kit and the root. Those are barely better than Malfurion, if at all. It's that trait, it's that leap of faith. That's why you pick him, and good to point it out, because that gets you out of an Entomb. I was talking before about what is a valid replacement for a Medivh to get someone out of a Leoric Entomb. I didn't think about Anduin, but that's absolutely it. And Medivh was banned, but so then the Leoric gets better, and then they banned the Anduin. It was actually pretty cool. Both of those picks are gone, so Leoric becomes more valuable.
Well, I think that feeds into what you were talking about too, where WildHeart wants to play towards level 20, because that's really when Leoric gets, pretty insane, right? When he finally gets that level 20 talent.
Exactly.
Buried Alive, right? If I remember the name correctly.
Buried Alive. Shorter tomb, but with silence, so that people cannot use their escape, like Blink Heal and Hanzo's whatever jump it's called.
Super jump? I don't know. Mario jump? No, it's called Natural Agility. He's just naturally agile,
So, first shrine is about to start. They activate it. Granite Gaming goes for it. They're getting the first few skeletons, even as Junkrat pops a mine. Try to get some vision. Got a bit of damage, but he missed. Didn't connect.
Yep. That's right. Meanwhile, Samkrota down the bot lane. And early lead for Granite Gaming on the skeletons. We'll see if that turns around or not.
Samkrota needs 20 seconds to use his Cataclysm. Might be enough time if Diva's time is buying some time here. 26 versus 13.
Yeah, possibly. Here we go. Nintori trying to get something done here, but Zergling's going to jump right onto him with the Blaze, charging in and forcing them out. And WildHeart taking control of the shrine, getting a lot of skeletons. They've taken the lead now. Oh my gosh, Leoric just getting ground down eventually. Scoot getting aggressive, going in from Grota with the Flame Breath. just trying to put some damage on and
Cataclysm
manages to get the Cataclysm. Okay, that's going to help a lot. They're trying to 39-35.
39-36, 39-39.
Ooh, that was so close, but WildHeart got it in the end. That was close, man. From Grota, they put everything they had into that.
Yeah, WildHeart let it get from 39-32 to 39-39, then finally got their final skeleton. Cataclysm was not enough to nab the victory here. Now, WildHeart did have a sacrifice here. They took a little bit of damage on the top fort. Fallen Bruiser was still pushing in. They lost some experience, but that is fine. Like, honestly, like, it's no problem. They're getting a fort here. This Punisher's getting them a lot of value.
Yeah, indeed. They're able to force them back, but not before they end up losing that first fort. So WildHeart able to do some decent damage with the first Punisher.
It's so funny they're using Leoric as their main tank and Blaze as the double lane rotation guy. But
it is a little
makes
bit surprising, isn't it? Yeah.
I think they could swap it now. Like, maybe they were doing that because they wanted to complete new habits, the quest for Blaze that gives him unstoppable. Even though he just completed it, they're still going with this. Interesting choice. Leoric, not usually the solo tank.
Yeah. And you can tell they're trying to make Leoric as durable as possible with traits. Both initial traits helping heal Leoric just a little bit with that skeletal swing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like a bit more.
They take that swing, right? The bonus range, instead of the Neil Peasants, which would give him bonus wave clear, showing that's not his role. He is the damage dealer here. You want to make sure that that swing connects so that you get more healing from that and more damage.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye as well on Nick on the other side on this Hanzo. We went for the target practice, and that one's a tough one to complete sometimes. We've seen players really kind of struggle. He's got 2 out of the 5 so far. Picks up Dragon's Arrow for his ultimate as they get theirs online for the Granit Gaming side of things.
Yeah, he needs 2 hits from Stukov, Junkrat, and Gazlo to complete it.
Yeah. It'll be tough. Zergling going in, stun onto Nintori. Gets slowed up a couple different times. Low health. Let's be careful. Ooh, dodges the Entomb. That was extremely close, but they catch Skoog. Not really in the way they intended to with the Entomb, but that works. Down, the Johanna out of the way, just trapped between the Entomb and the wall instead of in the Entomb itself. I think that was initially targeting the D.Va, but they just got lucky with the Johanna catch there.
Yeah, I think you're right. The silencing arm showed that the inside was the target, but Skog got caught nonetheless. Johanna can get unstoppable, but she can't walk through walls yet. So there we go. Nice pick off for WildHeart. And as much as I really want to say I probably didn't fully expect this from them. I thought level 20 is where they're going to come online, but they're just kind of cleaning up. They've got excellent wave clear. They're running Leoric as a solo tank. I can't stress enough that I've never seen this.
Yeah, I mean, it's working as long as you have the support there for the Leoric. And we saw that be a bit shaky. He was the first person to die this game. But as long as they've got the support there for Pit Kid, they can make it work. And this is what everybody kept telling me to expect from WildHeart, right? Is that when you've got Pit Kid on the team, you're going to see kind of wacky drafts. You're going to see heroes used in ways you might not expect. And this is the first time I think we've kind of really seen that to a T here.
Yeah, exactly. So that's cool. Always keep in mind the looming threat of Deathwing at level 16. That's where he really comes online. But you do need people to stand still. Who's going to help with that? Skog, potentially. Hanzo's arrow. But it needs some synergy, so let's see.
Big lead on the Skeletons right now for Granit Gaming, but can they keep it up? They did lose the edge last time as well. Nintori has to back away too low on the D.Va. Now, Skoog has to go ahead and pop the Unstoppable to stay up on the Janna. There's a Cataclysm. Svankrota backs away. Doesn't really get a whole lot of value out of that, it feels like. And Granit having to back off. Zergling just keeping Nintori at bay. And this is just a good zoning game being played by WildHeart right now. Self-destruct Slow Nimba gets knocked out of the way by, was that Unaverted? No, it was Buds, I think, that pushed him away. Yeah, with the massive shove. And that's the kind of thing you need to secure this. Here comes the Riptire. Can he get it? Frozen Punisher goes the way of WildHeart, and they once again, second Punisher in the row for them.
Yeah, that was pretty close. A lot of the damage was being dealt from a distance there for Granite Gaming, but they couldn't really get on the point. Deathwing panicked as soon as he got entombed. He was full life, but he knew a lot of damage can come very quickly. Right. Entomb is the only thing that can stop a Deathwing, who doesn't get affected by crowd control abilities, but he does get affected by walls. So the Leoric just feels genius right now. Another Entomb on Deathwing. This time, can he get away?
It's not looking good. He's trying, but he's solo health. Nice pick onto the Deathwing. Really no way Swimcrota could get out of that one, and that kind of paves the way to take this second fort, and this is going to be the second Punisher into the second fort for WildHeart, it looks like. Scoop a little bit low as well, just trying to get back. Drain Hope from Pit Kid. That's going to make sure he has to go back and heal up. Just watch his fort die, and it is all WildHeart right now.
Really, really solid. The arrow there. No follow-up possible, really. A little bit out of sync. Almost a spiteful arrow there.
Yeah. Well,
keep us down.
Trying to push them back, I suppose. Spiteful arrow sounds like a talent or something for Hanzo. No.
Whenever someone turns their back on you and they're out of range for your quick follow-up, fire one arrow at them to dismount them.
Exactly. That's when you send the Dragon's Arrow in, right?
Seems
they're
good.
at least expecting it. Back to the siege camps now, picking up those impalers. But right now, things getting a little bit scary for Granit Gaming. The aggression keeps coming. Another Entomb on Swimcrota. They're trying to do it yet again. They send in the Riptire as well. Swimcrota on the run. Those wings are not too useful right now. Turns around with the Molten Breath. They're going to get the kill on Johanna anyway. WildHeart really putting this Leoric from Pit Kid to good use. He's going to try to chase down Deathwing with the Drain Hope anyway. Finally gets pushed back, but man, WildHeart looking kind of unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, nearly the turnaround kill on Circling there, but he popped his bunker just in time. Swimcrota unable to connect with his Molten Breath.
Yeah.
And yeah, they got away.
Wow, but they might lose another fort for it here too. That's the problem.
Yeah, this fort is going down. That gives them level 16. That means they can stay ever onwards. They can actually go for the tower, but they don't. So what's the plan? Hiding. Leoric is hiding. Junkrat setting the trap. But what could they really be doing? Khazra? That feels too safe. I don't think Granite should buy this. I don't think they should believe this.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, they're going to go for another gank onto Swimcrota. Oh, that time the Entomb does not connect, and he's going to be able to Cataclysm his way out of it.
That's a good cooldown trade, right? 45 seconds against 85.
Yeah. You're going to be happy with that for sure. And most of the pressure from WildHeart has been put onto this Deathwing for now. Ooh, that's a big amount of damage on Unaverted on the Junkrat. He got caught with the Earth Shatter, I believe it was, for Swimcrota. Now the Molten Breath coming in. Swimcrota doing even more damage here. This is why they need to deal with the Deathwing, because it's so hard to push into it otherwise. It's not going to stop WildHeart anyway. They're going for it. Skoog has to back off through the wall. Funds with the Death Laser through the wall to keep Henning a little bit cautious on the Deathwing.
That was a good fight,
though. Big phase shift on the Deathwing there. What's that?
That was a good fight. That was a really nice job by Granite to try and make something happen despite being down a talent. I always like a team that has the courage to initiate talent down, because you can't always wait for the neat little borders of okay, we can fight within this space. Because if you just follow the data like you should in Storm League, equal talents, equal players, you're never surprising your opponent. So that was really solid. Cool attempt. They nearly got a few. They don't work out, but it was a good try. And they've bought enough time. Yeah, you do something. Now you've bought enough time for level 16. They go in hard.
No.
On Leoric.
Pick on the Pit Kid. Yeah, Pit Kid down. And so now it's a 5v4. This is the opportunity that Granite's been looking for. And they are just going to bull rush their way right onto the shrine here. Funds has to back off. Unaverted still has a decent amount of damage to pour in with that Junkrat from the side here. Zergling getting zoned out on the Blaze a little bit. There's the Cataclysm just right over the top of the Shrine Skeleton. Still fairly even here. Funds gets saved by Zergling. He pops in the bunker just to avoid a little bit of that damage. There's a massive shove on the Nintori, but it only kind of pushes him back just to the point. And Riptire, all right, good amount of damage. Self-destruct gets used, but Nintori manages to get back in his mech anyway. 31-33, the Skeletons are so close. That Leoric's going to be back soon. In fact, he is back right now, but not in time as the Punisher does go over to Granite Gaming side.
And so needed as well. They are in a world of trouble. Top lane is pushing catapults. Bottom lane is pushing Khazra Impalers. That means this will be an underutilized Punisher. And that's normal. That's fine. Like, you still got it. You didn't lose it. You have a little bit of time to sort out the lanes. But This isn't the glory moment that Granite Gaming would love for it to be. You win the Punisher, but no kills that stick. They got the Yorick, but he got back off the end of it, was able to defend. Catapults pressuring the core.
Well, they needed something, and even though, like you said, they weren't able to get much out of the Punisher, at least they were sort of able to start to stabilize. You know, they're not quite there yet, but it's a step in the right direction anyway.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Still 6 forts standing for WildHeart. They're playing a really clean game. Very few mistakes. Leoric died twice. That's fine. Trade value, as they say. Now, a gank attempt on D.Va. Can D.Va get away?
We'll see if they can make it happen. Yeah, Nintori uses the boosters, and that should be enough to get him to safety. Certainly.
Did you see that? They were able to catch. I think they were able to catch D.Va with Entomb, but they didn't want to because they will get flanked. He felt
the death thing. Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, that is rough. They lose the blade. Zergling gets caught, and they will probably get him back. They should get him back in time to fight the next shrine, but
that's so interesting. That's so interesting, though, that Pitkit felt in his instincts that this would leave them exposed on the flank, and it was too late for Blaze anyway. That was a really cool pullback, because I really think they could catch D.Va, but he thought it would leave them in a vulnerable position. And the team did indeed come to save D.Va, and they found Blaze as a bonus.
Well, you've got to imagine, too, for a decision like that to be made, that the comms are pretty good, you know, where Zergling's kind of like, hey, I'm caught, don't be aggressive, because it's going to be a 4v5.
Yeah, that's true. Like, they're just playing it safe now. Top lane is still pushing in, it's shoving.
This is definitely that point in the game where all of my Storm League teams throw.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
Dude, the worst thing, your teammate dies, perhaps in a silly manner, then he spam pings defend on the top fort that's being attacked when you're just 3v5. Like, it wasn't enough for them to die, they want you to die too?
Yep. Don't make my sacrifice in vain.
Yeah. But Blaze
is back. As a healer, you're just in the back watching it all happen. You're like, well, I tried.
Healers have the best overview, man. Like, tanks, they just tunnel vision. At least it's Storm Lane.
You get to kind of watch the train fly off the end of the tracks too without being able to really control it sometimes. Izzy and Tomb, does not connect. That cooldown down. Justin's still going to chase down Skoog, actually. Going to get hit with the polymorph from the Brightwing. That Leoric is in big trouble. Good turnaround and catch. Pit Kid maybe a bit over-aggressive with that Entomb attempt. His team didn't really seem ready to follow up, and now GG, Granite Gaming following themselves. And just going to zone, I guess, for a little bit.
Yeah,
got the 5v4.
And you know what? Granite Gaming also got a fort. The Khazra Impalers were pushing. This was a high-tension moment that Granite Gaming is very happy to survive. And in fact, to get ahead in. Cataclysm! Deathwing goes in!
Oh, that's a big Cataclysm. Really going to force WildHeart back again. Zergling taking a little bit of damage here. But now they've given themselves some time to take out some of the skeletons here on the point. Get ready for that Frozen Punisher. Fun's just dropping all the turrets he can to try to put the pressure on a little bit here. Nick walking forward needs to be a little bit careful. Big breath. Fun's taking some damage. Here comes a Riptire. Oh, the Entomb. They got two with it, but Nick able to vault to freedom. Henning manages to escape somehow on that Brightwing as well, but that's going to leave Pitkit on his own. Polymorph to try to save him a little bit. Meanwhile, the Skeleton's still in favor of Granite Gaming. So WildHeart under a lot of pressure. Pitkit down to like sub 100 HP. He is out of commission now. And there's a Frozen Punisher going the way of Granite Gaming, as it looks like they might be able to win this fight as well. But I spoke too soon.
Unaverted!
They're so low. Nick with 80 HP. Unaverted tries to catch him with the grenade launcher. Doesn't quite get the right angle at that. And Skoog chasing him down in the Goanna. Unaverted! Oh, the overchase.
He got him though! He got Hanzo! He got Hanzo, even as he got taken out by Deathwing. Yeah, unaverted Junkrat, deep dived. He threw one more frag launcher, found Hanzo.
But he died
He died to Deathwing, who's in the sky. Deathwing can land anytime he wants to.
Yeah, like now. Yep.
Yeah,
they are just going to go for the core.
How can they though? It's 2v3.
I mean, the Punisher is attacking the bot lane right now. You got to try something. It is 2v3, but if they can put enough damage into the core, they can end the game right now.
Oh, Leo came back.
Zerglings, they are brave. And yeah, you're right. With the Leoric back on the scene, it looks like they're going to have the damage ended. They've got the bunker to keep them safe as well.
Damn.
And that is a snap judgment call by WildHeart that is going to deliver them game one. What a crazy game, but WildHeart pulls it out.
Dude, that was so sick. Unaverted did so much on Junkrat there. He flipped Brightwing in with a concussive that seems way from downtown. 70,000 damage by Junkrat, but really the accuracy of that concussive mine. Then the deep chase on Hanzo, who would be the only player maybe that could save the core. Such a sick call to go for the core right away. It was such a mess. Bahamut, what do you think, man?
I want to talk about Pit Kid because I was screaming through 90% of that match. Their build is insanely unstandard. Leoric had some changes in our most recent patch, and I was literally saying to Doa yesterday when we were watching some VODs of scrims between two teams, and I was like, yeah, no one will ever really take anything but Buried Alive at level 20. Burning Despair was picked up by Pit Kid, and it showcased how good that talent is. There were also some other Spectral Leech talents changed, but that one at level 20, I wasn't expecting to see it today, and it showcased how strong that can be. Pit Kid should have died 2 times over in that last objective phase in the upper portion, and they just didn't. They held on with a sliver of health for so long that turned so much of that around. So WildHeart, a little wild here in game number 1, and I'm already excited for our final best of 5 of the day. This is exciting.
So to explain, right?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, just the Burning Despair, because obviously I talked about Buried Alive, didn't happen.
Yeah.
Don't need it against Deathwing and Johanna.
We talked about that,
yeah, but Burning Despair, when you drain hope on someone, you have 40 armor, and you deal bonus damage to everyone around yourself with this spooky aura. And yeah, he was trading so effectively, even when he went down eventually. It took so long, Bahamut. I was super excited to see that style coming out as well.
Well, it's really neat too that you can use that extra tankiness on the Leoric to do things you wouldn't normally be able to do, like just walk right up into Deathwing's face and put him in a tomb multiple times.
Consume Vitality is, I feel like I rarely ever see that at level 1, and it's enemy heroes heal Leoric for 4% of his maximum health. Not to also forget you have Ghastly Reach at level 4 that increases that range, so you're hitting more people. And then you also have just this build into Drain Hope where you're increasing the range of that. You're increasing the cooldown reduction. You're increasing the damage dealt if you do the entire duration. 15% from level 16 Crushing Hope onto a Deathwing, that's massive. And it showed here. We had Pit Kid with 47,000 heroic damage. That's quite up there for a Leoric. I'm stuck on this a little bit, but I'm just so blown away by how cool of a draft WildHeart came out with, and they made it work really well for themselves too.
I mean, this is something that they've been saying since the draft show that they were kind of like building themselves to be able to do. Like, this is the team in the league that we're supposed to be looking at if we want to see unorthodox drafts, unorthodox builds. And it's cool to see that being not only just delivered, but also winning games too.
Pretty sick, by the way. Hanzo actually didn't die to the Junkrat chase. It was off camera, so I made my best guess. It was actually minions they got him.
The Nexus forces can be a little too OP, but that can be said as well on Tomb of the Spider Queen, our map number 2, chosen by WildHeart, which means first pick priority is going to go over to Granit Gaming, the losing team. Okay.
Indeed. So we're getting the players in the lobby right now. We'll jump into that game in just a moment and see if WildHeart can get the 2-0 lead or if Granit Gaming can tie things up again. And it's neat. This is kind of a little bit of a NA versus EU battle as well, too, which in esports, people love the NA versus EU. And I'm sure, again, I'm kind of like new to coming back to the Heroes of the Storm thing, but I'm sure in this scene, EU versus NA is a big battle as well. We've got one representative from EU here. We've got one from NA as far as people who know what they're talking about with this game. Grubby, EU versus NA, who's better right now?
Well, actually, there's a lot of mutual respect from both regions.
Oh, come on. You're no fun. No.
Here, Doa, I'll give you what you want.
No one ever makes fun of the other region. No one ever said that EU never won a BlizzCon. EU never said NA is free.
There's no such thing as an NA arrow or a narrow, if you will.
Not yet.
Well, I do want to note one thing, though, because this I was making notes during our last game and I was double checking something. The unfortunate factor for the side of Granit Gaming is Nintori just making quiet, sad North American noises because they're the only North American player on Granit Gaming.
True.
circling back into our draft, we are going to Tomb of the Spider Queen, and I want to talk a little bit about Nintori as well, because if I'm not mistaken, they're one of the few players that play Chen and also pick the right heroic, not Storm, Earth, and Fire, Wandering Keg. Wandering Keg. Look. Crowan sighed and scoffed at me when I said it during our exhibition weekends. And after he saw Nintori on Chen with Wandering Keg, they were like, all right, Bahamut, you sold me. And I'm like, no, it's not me. It's Nintori. Like, they play a really, really... But
didn't Chen get like a little buff in the patch too?
He did get some quality of life touches. Yeah, he definitely. I believe like it was just touches to talents that weren't as prioritized, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
but, like,
except I thought those were the good ones because I was taking that level 7 already. Because they always buff the ones with poor win rate. I'm like, what? They just buffed his best talent. And then
the 7 was like the something of the ox, right?
Stagger of the ox, something.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I was like, they're gonna buff that? Like, I didn't think he needed that buff, but okay, like, it's more
Seems
fun.
really good to me. You take only half the damage instead of 3/4.
I mean, better fractions.
Looking at the draft, Chromie and Cassia banned out by WildHeart. And over on the Granit Gaming side, you've got Medivh and Urel hitting the bench for this one. Junkrat the first pick into a Diva Gazlo. So the Gazlo once again for WildHeart.
He was 68,000 hero damage. He had the percentage damage auto attack at 16. He had 0 deaths. Funds.
Solid.
He did really solid on Gazlo.
Also, there's an argument to be made about Robo Goblin at level 10. Gravel Bomb does have a lot of good setup, but Robo Goblin literally gives you a second cleanse. It's a 1.5 if I'm not mistaken. So overall in Gazlo's kit you can have up to 2.5 seconds of cleanse, albeit one of those are a 1 second cleanse at a 5-minute cooldown. But Swamp Grotto's getting their not comfort so much, but a strong hero for them in this Junkrat. We're seeing a Brightwing being picked up for Henning, and we have Skoog on the Joanna once again. Going into our ban phase, if I'm on the side of WildHeart, they need a little more wave clear. I'm leaning into like a Kael'thas, Gul'dan, some sort of mage here, maybe even Jaina. Oh, really?
It's going to be Tracer for the ban. All right. Interesting. We'll see what the final ban is here as we go on.
I wonder if this is the last Deathwing we've seen from Swamp Grotto for a while. It hasn't worked yet. 2 losses, no wins. Obviously, no wins at all yet for Granite in the CCL. But Deathwing, most of his shots were dodged. And that was a pretty heavy Leoric punish on him with the Entomb.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they picked the Brightwing. The Anduin was available, but it seems like, like you're saying, they just kind of want to respect the possibility of the Leoric pick. It's going to be an Ana ban from GG, from Granit Gaming. I keep wanting to say GG, but from Granite for the last ban. Can't say GG yet. The game hasn't even started. The 2 more picks over to WildHeart.
I'm leaning if they were to go into their healer and their main tank. No, actually, you know what? They could go into like wave clear.
Here we go.
Oh, Haloran, where's Haloran's warning? Haloran, here's your warning. It's too late. Nazebo, this is actually one of the few maps where we actually can argue about Nazebo's viability because it's a rotation heavy based map, so you can finish your stacks at a decent pace. As long as you're stacking 10 stacks per level, you have a nice buffer window before you get to 20.
There's a Dahaka. A lot of people talking about it. The global, I believe it was, wasn't it? Got buff for Dahaka, so he is back in action again, perhaps a little bit more often now.
And a few other things. The slow post drag tongue at 7 got buffed, and the level 13 brush stalker, I believe. His auto attack from Essence, he gets higher auto attack damage when he's juiced up on Essence.
Was the level 13? I'm blanking on the name right now, but it reduces armor when people are inside the Dark Swarm. Completely. Did that one get nerfed?
Untouched. No,
it is okay.
Untouched.
I thought it got a 5% reduction, but that's me misremembering.
It's still minus 10 armor, but he got more auto attack damage from Essence. Yeah, when he comes out of a bush. I believe.
But look so we do have this Uther coming through, and he's not the most popular healer, but in the sense of healer though. That's the thing, is like he's mostly played as like a main tank in a sense. So I'm kind of excited to see what this is going to bring to the table, because you have to keep in mind that Uther does apply armor to the friendly members as well. So realistically, I'm gonna lean into WildHeart personally because of the Nazebo, but I think my end all be all for this is WildHeart has to get to 20. If Granite Gaming, you got me doing it. If Granite Gaming can shut them down pre-20, I think this is Granite Gaming's game. But that's just my thoughts on the game.
All right, so Bahamut, we'll check in with you again after the next series. Kind of saying Granite Gaming needs to get things going quickly if they want to have a chance here. We will see, but let's get this going. We've got, of course, on WildHeart, Zergling playing the Diva this time around, Pit Kid on the Muradin, Funds rocking Gazlo, Buds on the Uther this time, unaverted on the Nazebo. Meanwhile, over on the Granite Gaming side of the map, we have Notori on the Dahaka, Skog on the Janna, Henning playing Brightwing this time on Healer, Swampgrata on the Junkrat this time, and Nick going to be playing the Tychus, the bigger Space Marine.
Hey, you went for the grenade talent at 1. They buffed it. Before it was just bonus range. Now it also does 20% bonus damage. And then you can get the level 7, which gives bonus damage over time, especially on heroes, but also on minions.
Yeah.
So that's going to help clear the waves. Tychus as the wave clearer. Pretty cool. Didn't get the bonus movement speed from run and gun, which you see most people take. Yeah. So a lot of new things here. Uther also getting spec'd completely as a main healer, going with that wave of light talent that gives people armor for longer once you complete the quest.
Right. And you're probably going to need that from the Uther at this point. Like people are mentioning, playing like a tank, but he can serve that same purpose too. And sometimes getting that crucial stun is just as good as getting healing. And there's where the Nazebo is going to be really scary all game long, is the possibility of getting stuck in a zombie wall.
Funnily enough, like I don't know if it's just a meme, but it's something I always believed in, that Nazebo is actually low-key good against Johanna. And it's probably kind of a meme because there's splash damage, there's save. But Johanna, she gets unstoppable. What can she not get away from? Walls. What is Nazebo? Zombie wall, it's a wall. And not only that, when Johanna uses Condemn...
Notori getting body blocked here. He's trying to heal, but can he get back there? He has to pop the E just to go underground for a moment. That gives Nick time to come in. Pops the overkill. That's going to be the stun from Uther, or rather Muradin anyway.
Brightwing was Haka, but I think Uther went in with the stun to interrupt Henning, but he still had his own burrow, so he was fine.
Yeah.
Thing is, when Johanna condemns, it pulls all enemies towards her, which includes the zombie wall. So suddenly there's 10 zombies around you, taking little bites out of you. So Johanna gets a lot of damage when you condemn zombie wall.
You're even more trapped, yeah. Nice polymorph on the Zergling. That could be very, very problematic. Yeah, as it does make him lose the mech. Then the condemn comes in as well. Zergling just firing to try to get that one back. Ooh, that's a good stun. Death Laser comes in onto Henning again, and they manage to finish off the Brightwing. A kill courtesy of good old Nazebo. Unaverted. He's going to go ahead and take the Corpse Spiders upgrade for his
Hex
neck
Crawlers.
Talent.
Yeah, Hex Crawlers.
Just trying to get a bit more sustain, I suppose.
It's funny because the Blood Ritual is by far the best laning talent, especially for double laning. Hex Crawlers, the only place it shines is out of the lane. So when you're throwing spiders on people when you're not in the lane, like at the pay station, this is such a lane-heavy map that I really thought he'll go for Blood Ritual, which gives you nearly infinite mana and health outside of fights. But I guess he really values that mid-fight spider healing when they might not be in lane. Not getting better at something Nazebo is already good at, but getting better at the thing he's not that good at yet, the PvP outside of the lane.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Turn-ins coming in from both teams. The attempts, anyway. Funds with quite a bit. He's got 10. That's a good amount. But it is Granite Gaming closer to finishing that first turn-in. There's Funds getting hit with the Condemn. Here he's going to try on with the Death Laser. Pit Kid comes into the Stormbolt, gets polymorphed immediately after not connecting with that stun. Here comes a self-destruct. Skog just going to have to keep walking out as he comes through with that Johanna. A little bit of a tussle from Notori and Zergling. Notori pulling him back with the drag, but not going to be able to really put a ton of pressure on. But maybe with Nick coming in, Zergling could be in trouble here. Pops the defense matrix, but it's not going to keep the mech safe. Can they finish him off before he gets by the wall? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, defensive matrix doesn't work on percentage damage anymore. It does, of course, work on overkill, but not on minigun.
Right.
But he still saved himself. Good job. Mech popped, but he didn't lose his gems.
Gotta save the gems. What else can you say? Gonna be level 7.
I need to sneeze for 1 sec. Take it over.
Go ahead. Oh, and Tori goes for the tongue drag onto Pit Kid, but doesn't connect there. Pit Kid getting the upgraded dwarf toss now. That's going to be something to deal with. And Tori trying to desperately gather some essence to stay alive, and he's going to be fine. It's so hard to take out from like a Dahaka. That's right, yeah. Has to deal with it anyway.
We have In the Rhythm by Tychus. A lot of longer duration on the minigun. Able to make use of the fact that Murden is so survivable and maybe burst through his avatar at some time in the future. We have a one-on-one by Nick and Unaverted in the top lane. Tychus and the Sibo. No one got hurt.
Yeah. Zergling, though, needs to be very, very careful. His mech was nearly eliminated again. All right, double condemned for him, Skog there. Just kind of harassing.
Yeah. Where are all the gems located? Yeah, mostly on Diva, circling. Yeah. He wants help to pay, but really good control by Granite. They keep going for him. And Tori keeps remaining a thorn in his side, and now in comes Nick as well. They go for Nick.
Oh, big polymorph on the Zergling. He's been playing that low health Diva game for such a long time here. And Tori backing away, now Skog with the condemn, and they're going to get zoned out a little bit by that Diva self-destruct, at least going to give Zergling his HP back again. But the turn-ins are still being denied here. Granite Game remains just a little bit closer. Some Grota on the Junkrat. That's a lot of gems to keep on a squishy hero like Junkrat, so he's going to need to be really careful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, melting point for Tychus. Fully on the wave clear as far as he can.
Stormbolt onto Stormgrata, but he's able to satchel charge out of that one, or concussion mine rather. This Skog trapped in the zombie wall yet again. Kind of more like the zombie circle than a wall, really.
Yeah, that's
zombie
true.
Mosh pit.
With prison, zombie circle. Yeah. It's not much of a wall.
Zombie circle doesn't sound as cool for some reason, though.
No, it's like a huddle of friends.
Yeah, zombie huddle. There you go. Zombie hug.
Doesn't sound scary enough.
Not really. I mean, a zombie hug does sound pretty scary to me. I don't know about you.
Not if you're covered in meat, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what the zombies would prefer, right? Ooh, Bud's a little bit low. Nick has to back away. Bud's, oh, there's another stun. Skog comes in, hits him with the condemn. The punish as well to slow him, but they're going to turn onto the, onto the Gazlo again. And Fun's able to pop his ultimate to stay alive for the moment. The Robo-Goblin keeping him up, but maybe not for long as Skog comes in again. There's a polymorph, and they get the kill finally on the Gazlo. They worked really hard for that one, and now they're going to be able to get the Web Weavers as well. So Granite Gaming chaining that kill into some pressure with the Web Weavers now.
The first death for Funds on Gazlo, and indeed in this tournament so far in the CCL. They got him there with that Odin shot and the CC provided by his teammates. Web Weavers now come. It's still a 5 versus 4. This should be very fortuitous for Granite Gaming, who slowly ground out that turn-in. With the 3v1 here, not much Diva can do. Then just look.
Whoa, tongue drag or something. Wow. What in the world? No, that was not tongue drag.
No, it was Haymaker.
Oh, you're right.
So he jumps in, he stormbolts Svamgrota.
I'm just so used to seeing only Avatar that I didn't even realize. I didn't even look.
Yeah, I didn't look too. Like, heroics get picked. It's Haymaker, dude. Like,
yeah.
That was amazing. Junkrat had like 28 gems.
He did. Not anymore. We talked about it earlier, though. It's risky putting that many gems on the Junkrat.
I mean, you can't offload them unless he dies or pays, and I guess he was prevented in doing so. And
sometimes you know what? By a Muradin.
Haymaker is such a short cooldown, 40 seconds. You can do it again.
Yeah, I feel like that's the first time I've seen Haymaker get picked in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, anyone that picks it in Storm League, like, they're almost always griefing. Like, they're just not very good, mostly. There are real situations where to pick it. But most Storm League Muradins, they just die when they have Haymaker.
True.
Seen too many WTF moments. Oh, Blessed Shield hits only Gazlo and 2 of the turrets. Gazlo gets away with his Robo-Goblin.
Good polymorph,
with
though.
The chase. Yeah, good polymorph. And the grenade from Nick.
Keep him alive. Yeah. That was it. It was just a chain CC into it again. Oh, nice burrow by Dahaka to avoid the damage from the Junkrat Riptire, but he's still kind of in place. He does not want to be can they keep him alive maybe? Dark Swarm plus a little bit of healing from Henning keeps him standing. Meanwhile, everybody else pushing back the other way. And the Web Weavers, though. Yeah, Web Weavers for WildHeart finally descending.
Very, very even match so far. We have the immediate turnaround Web Weavers. Nice for WildHeart, who are now coming into their level 13s as well. Their Webbies are still healthy, 50%, 80%, 50%. They're going to go top. They're going to try to get Junkrat. Swampgrottar, can he get away?
Oh, that was a very close zombie wall to catching him, but it was just a little bit off of where that Junkrat was, and he was able to walk out from that between the wall. Meanwhile, Nick does get pushed away. Oh no, Nazebo though does find the kill anyway. And now Pick Kid on to Henning. Henning able to blink heal out of that one, it looks like. The Skogel one taking a lot of damage. Looks like that's going to be it for now as they turn their attention to the map itself and start working on this wall.
Yeah, they know that the remainder of the gems are going to get picked up by Granite, the mid and the bottom. It's kind of the consolation price of losing the objective. All the gems are pushed towards you, so you gotta send people there. And because of that, they get about a 20-second window to attack this fort. They use that and nothing else. WildHeart really vibing with the objective here, understanding the map and playing with it, but they get caught by Nintori. He comes with the adaptation, with the drag tongue, nearly gets Pitkid grenade. With that bonus range, Nick nearly gets that damage, but not quite. Divine Shield saves what could have been a very bad turnaround and a guaranteed pay by Granite. Now, they can still interrupt the Haka. Will they? Yes, there's the turret.
Yep. Of course, you got to drop the turret to deny that for a little while. You know, maybe there's a shot here with a Divine Shield being out of the way right now.
Yeah,
that
that's true.
They could find some sort of pick. They've been focusing on the Gazlo pretty often onto funds here. We'll see if they continue to push that. Nintori getting in position. Gets a stun onto Zergling. There's a Polymorph trying to force a Diva out of the mech. They're going to come in with the Condemn as well. Ooh, nice big stun as Funds gets aggressive here. Now the Riptire not doing as much damage as I think they were hoping. It's Zergling on the run as well. Oh, the Diva Bomb catches Skog actually, and he's going to get isolated and cut down. Meanwhile, Tongue Drag into Polymorph on Zergling, but there's nobody really there with the follow-up damage.
Dude, I feel like that was
Yikes.
so well played by Zergling, but it was a bit risky. He popped out of the mech before the Riptire hit, so he went to 20% life, used his pilot abilities to push back Nintori on the Haka, stayed alive, and his mech actually blew up and isolated Johanna, and I think that's the important part, the isolation. That's how they were able to get Skog. And then the blue Web Weavers descending despite the plenty of gems available on Granite Gaming.
Yeah.
A pivotal moment, really, as Nasibo is reaching 200 plus stacks of Voodoo Ritual. Insane.
That is a lot of damage. And I feel like we're running into what Bahamut was talking about a little bit before this game, where it's a pre-level 20 that Granite needs to really be aggressive on to win this one. We'll see what this fight gives us underneath the tower. Henning and Nick having to back off a little bit. Looks like maybe they've got enough damage on the Pit Kid, perhaps, but no, that Muradin is just a little bit too tanky. Zergling, meanwhile, popped out of his mech, so an opportunity for Granite to get aggressive, but they got to deal with the Web Weaver first, and that's going to be tough to do. Call Odin, rather, used by Nick, as things start to get a little bit serious here. That's a good Condemn, pulling them right in. Oh my goodness, that damage, though. Ooh.
Odin is... The moment he sat in his pilot seat, he got stunned. It's
a Nazebo's world, and we're all just living in it now, apparently.
Oh, he did the damage, but Uther, Gazlo, and Muradin, they had the massive stun chain. It's just insane. Like, they just... Odin popped, he went from 100 to 0. And it begs the question, should you pop the Odin? That was a 3v5. He thought, I cast this far enough away, I can do a little bit of defense, because we're defending 1-1-3 versus 5. But it was not okay. Pitkid jumped in, massive amounts of stun, Funds with the follow-up, just got deleted.
Well, as we see them take this boss easily, too, the ability to get picks on WildHeart, I feel like, is kind of slipping away, because you have talents already online a while now, for like the Ice Block for Nazebo. Obviously, Divine Shield you've had up for Uther for a while, and so it's tougher to, you know, get those picks, win those fights, get those 5v4 scenarios going. That said, there was a turn-in when the boss fight was happening, and Granite Gaming trying to use the Web Weavers to push their lanes back a little bit.
So who denied who, Doa? Did you deny the Web Weaver value with the boss, or is the boss value denied with the Web Weaver?
I have no idea. It's hard to say.
Both. The correct answer is both.
Both? All right. Well, both is the same as having no idea, right?
The thing is, it's like 60 gems are lost for Granite, and the boss was neutral to begin with. So I feel like you take the boss and you devalue the web weavers, that's a win for WildHeart. Because those gems are now gone, it's almost like killing someone and robbing their gems. So I think it's fine for WildHeart to take the boss and get a very free defense on webbies. There's now not enough gems for Granite to pay, but WildHeart does have it, so they've got options. If WildHeart leaves off the map and becomes invisible, they can take Bruiser for free pretty much. But hold on a second there, Murden gets attacked. There is Divine Shield available, but there's many different targets that need protection.
Yeah, that's right. Dahaka on the background with the burrow, but they are not going to be able to save their Johanna. And look at the channel from Unaverted, just forcing everybody away with that ultimate almost. It's like a 1v3 where he just pops Ravenous Spirit and everybody has to run, and that's going to give WildHeart a turn in.
Oh, it was Zombie Wall, and then Ravenous Spirit on Johanna, and then actually Pitkit also Haymaker Johanna, who was at like 40% life, just to guarantee the kill. So they delayed their turn in because they want to also grab Bruiser and Siege Cam first. They feel that freedom because Johanna's dead already.
They had enough, but like you were saying, Grubby, they waited until they were just about ready to take these camps.
Yep.
And now they should be pushing about the same time the web weavers get on the ground.
And now we have WildHeart encroaching on level 20. I won't say that this is always a core, but it can be. At the very least, it should be one keep. I want to be conservative and call one keep, but two is definitely possible. I would say two is very likely if top web weaver started a little earlier, but we've got the problem of staggered webbies, mid arriving first.
Right. Lets you rotate.
Yeah, it allows you to defend there and then rotate away, that's true. But I think mid keep is going to go down most likely.
Quest completed by Nazebo again here. Or picks up that talent, rather, Redemption. Picked up as well for Uther now, so some of these level 20 talents coming on line.
Murden jumps in, Stormbolt, Haymaker, Odin!
Nice Haymaker on the Odin, that's right. They're going to keep trying to focus it down. Zergling blinded a little bit, but he's down low health on the mech as well. Henning has to play very safe. He's a very fragile Brightwing with only 40% HP right now. Dahaka has to burrow a little bit early. He's going to come out with the heal, chasing away, trying to grind him down like the raid boss that he's kind of become healing-wise. Not going to be able to finish him off, but they are going to be able to finish all the forts here. And do you just end here if you're WildHeart?
You try. You have level 20, you've got Vile Infection on the Zebo, you've got two keeps down, there's still webbies. They get a kill.
They got it.
Probably going to be ending.
That's right. With the kill onto us from Crota's Junkrat, it's going to be hard to not push through this. Nick doing what he can. Pidkin taking a lot of damage from the core here. Has to back away, be a little bit careful. But yeah, where's the damage? Nintori getting taken out now. And even though Granit Gaming is able to live a little bit longer, they're not going to be able to get the return damage in. Zergling happy to tank the core for now, and it looks like it's going to be an even bigger lead for WildHeart here.
Wow, with Nazebo. Nazebo 0 deaths, top siege damage, top hero damage, and 274 stacks of Vile Infection of a ritual. That probably gives him like 1700 bonus health. Very safe damage dealer. Really able to do that damage. But it's Murden, Gaslow, and Uther that were able to put the stun time on Granite Gaming and to make sure that Nazebo's damage comes in.
So Bahamut, we're gonna bring you back in here. Once again, it seems like WildHeart brought the slightly unorthodox draft and just seemed to sow a lot of chaos and confusion to get them the win.
Big, spooky, slappy ghost that came in from Nazebo and just Ravenous Spirit. We don't call it by the right terms. We call it big, spooky, slappy ghost. I gotta say,
remember that. Yeah.
I gotta say, Nazebo played this really well. And Grubby, you called this earlier as well. You're talking about some of the talents that they chose, and I think that these talents really played into the later half. Yes, they could have had better laning, but realistically, the laning that they had, they were 200 plus before they even got to level 20. So I think this was them saying, I don't care about my laning factor. I care about my damage. And I really like the way they played this on the side of WildHeart. The last note I had was we don't have avatar form because you were mentioning, oh, avatar, Tychus can shred into that. So I think they realized that and said, Murden, still play as aggressive as you want, but I got a divine shield for you. And those were clutch from Buds consistently. WildHeart put together a draft that played super well and caught the enemy team off guard 100%.
Yeah, true enough. Well, after that, we are going to take a break, and we will see when we come back if Granit Gaming can start the comeback or if WildHeart is going to make this a quick one and close it out. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 right after this.
We want you to be able to keep your characters in your pocket. And that all starts here. Roll20 is excited to announce the invite beta for our new mobile app. You've been asking, and now we're reaching out to our awesome community to help us build the best mobile VTT experience. Our mobile app debut focuses on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e character sheet. Just a simple swipe or tap sends your dice rolls directly to your campaign on your computer. Long gone are the days of multiple windows. Now you can preserve valuable screen space and be ready for an impromptu game of D&D wherever you go. While we're currently in invite beta, we know that our community is the key to a bright future here at Roll20. So stay tuned for more information about the open beta on our blog and newsletter. This is only the beginning.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back, everybody, to Heroes CCL presented by Roll20. Doey here with Grubby and Bahamut. And guys, this might be our first 3-0 of the turn. I know it's day one, but it might also be our first 3-0 right now. WildHeart is looking really good in that they are making some unorthodox picks, some unorthodox talent builds, and really just kind of throwing Granit off their game. As we look at what map we're going to next, what do you think Granit can do to turn this one around?
Winning.
That helps. How do you win?
Being better than your opponent.
Oh god. Is
the
that
reason
what,
I knew the answer to this question is because it's a common question, right? Like not everyone knows, but that will be the way.
Winning does have an impact.
And let's see if they can win Volskaya Foundry, which is going to be our map. The draft begins. And sometimes you can win in draft already.
That's true. I personally hate calling draft wins regardless of like how clear it is to me, because in my eyes, Here's a Storm, it's a rubber band game. Anyone can make the most simple mistake, the most simple positional error. So yes, you can win. Yeah, like you definitely have those situations where like you get to the end of the game, it's like they won in the draft, they won throughout the game. Yeah, we can call it there, but like definitely you can have a winning draft but still have a losing game, and that's one of those things that like it's such a topsy-turvy kind of discussion point, because you put me, like, let's say you get 5 Bahamuts versus 5 Grubbies. I'm not gonna make Grubby's not gonna make positional point.
Well, he's just gonna win. He knows
exactly.
the secret. He knows the secret.
Synergy would be amazing. My synergy would not be great. Like maybe I'm a bit higher level on the ladder, but I think you would do it, man. I believe in yous.
We'll have to do
all
this
of
one
you.
day.
He'd be back in his element, controlling more than one person at the same time, too.
See, it's a little RTSy for Grubby, but we're here on Volskaya Foundry, game number 3 of our second best of 5 of the day, and we had a Cassia Chromie ban on the left-hand side. We had a Gazlo Respect ban coming out from Granit Gaming, and they're gonna once again grab their Junkrat first pick.
You know, the amount of work that Gazlo did was understated in the last couple of games, because it's hard to see sometimes, but he did put out a lot of damage and just be annoying, be hard to kill.
But Doa, if it's understated, does that mean that we didn't state it enough?
Yeah,
because we were the staters.
It's understated in that regard, but it's also understated in that it's just hard to see when you're looking at it. It's one of those things that's not as readily obvious as Muradin punching somebody across the screen, right?
Yeah, it's true. A little bit of turrets here, a little bit of turrets there. Yeah. Obvious, of course, when he throws the bomb. The laser by itself doesn't seem that threatening, but altogether it adds up. Also, those auto attacks. All right. Imperius and Stukov. Normally we sometimes see Deckard Cain coming really high on the priority list on Volskaya Foundry, because you've got this long-winded objective and you can put potions everywhere. But Stukov and Imperius, you can hit him with the Celestial Spear and then put a big silence under it, and that's a pretty good lockdown. Nice to deal some bonus damage on that, but I don't think Junkrat is bursty enough to be the main damage dealer for that. So most likely Granite will be looking to pick up some kind of mage so that they can follow up. I'm thinking Jaina, I'm thinking Li Ming.
Quite possible. What do you think about the Tychus ban? Kind of a respect ban over to the Granite side, perhaps, but something that I wasn't expecting as much.
Yeah.
I like the Tychus ban. There was actually a couple moments where Tychus had a lot of pressure into the side of WildHeart Esports, and this was kind of the respect. In the late game, I think that's why we saw the priority on to diving the Tychus so much, is because there was a lot of their core damage, and shutting that down shut down Granit Gaming consistently, I found. So I think it's not only a respect, but also realizing a strong hero for the enemy team that they really had to focus and punish to win the game. I don't think like
all right.
You know what? I'm shutting up because I like Grubby. Talk about Mephisto here, because this is a with an Ana too. Ooh.
Well, I think you were on a good track, by the way. But yeah, let's go with this. Ana with a mage. It's not Li Ming. She was available. We're gonna get some Mephisto, and that's amazing. I think that's our first CCL Mephisto pick.
I believe so.
Chen, what?
Yeah.
Chen
well, here's the Chen, the Bahamut tribute pick. Yeah.
Double
support.
support.
I guess is it Cho, the Bahamut tribute pick? Hard to say. Anyway, yeah, you're right. Double support as Uther is locked in for WildHeart now.
Double support and solo tank Diva / Uther. Like the weirdest draws by WildHeart. Super cool. double support Mephisto. I don't know exactly what is like. Everyone is a carry there. We're gonna get a lot of CDR on Mephisto with a lot of spells, and then on the other side, Chen. Okay,
yeah.
Cake, Bahamut.
Please, Wandering Keg, please. Just like as I said, Nintori's a very good Chen player, and I'm excited to see if they go into that Wandering Keg direction. This map doesn't feel, and their composition doesn't feel very Keg forward. If anything, it's going to be something like a Stormwrath and Fire for more backline dive, because this is a very squishy team on the side of WildHeart. Mephisto is easy to kill, so is Hanzo and Ana. So it's going to boil down to Ken, Chen, and Junkrat getting that backline and can Tracer find some kills. I'll leave it to all you.
Oh, there you go. Thanks to Bahamut. We'll join you again after the game, but Grubby, it is time to see if WildHeart can close this series out 3-0. I would be a bit surprised. WildHeart obviously looking good in the icebreaker tournament overall, but you know, they did manage. Well, they did get 2-0'd by crowd control, but they looked okay.
But they look pretty good, yeah.
My point is that they've been looking much better today. We're seeing kind of the fulfillment of what we've been told to expect with the wild drafts from courtesy of the big brain of Pit Kid. We are going to get started here. What could be the last game of the day.
I love that they're having fun with the game, trying different picks, and surprising their opponents, and also winning with it. Really cool. At the same time, Granite, they're still eager for their first Battleground victory. And we get to see Nintori's Chen. And you know, as much as Stormwrath and Fire is usually the better one, consider this, Noah. Anytime you're against double support comp, what is their strength? It's 5v5 team fights, when they're all together and able to heal each other. So what do you need to do? You need to either shut down their abilities via silence, which Stukov can do, or you need to separate them with isolation, things like Void Prison. Oh,
they were ready for that.
Hello.
Oh man, yeah, Funz tried to snap back with the Shade of Mephisto, but they were so ready. Skog went in with the Celestial Spear and locked him down, and yep, you know, when Funz was getting in there, I was like, he is getting extremely aggressive with this Mephisto already, and Granit Gaming was having none of that. They were so ready for that second one.
So besides isolation like Void Prison, you can also disrupt their positioning. So if you go for Cake, you can drive a wedge between the 5 fingers to a fist kind of comp that two healers typically tends to form and favor. And that could be good. I'm just saying, we might see a Cake. We'll see. We'll update you at level 10. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with the Keg report later. People picking up their turrets.
Oh my god,
often see.
5 people on the healer token.
Yeah, they're going for it. They really don't want to leave anything to risk here.
And I guess they cleared enough lane bottom to actually afford sending 5 people there. Although I say that, the whole wave is being missed bottom. We see a lot of death balling here by Granite. Circling, looking to disrupt the rotation, and that's going to cost experience. Let's see, how many is missed? Just 3. So every wave has 6 experience globes, and 3 were picked up by Chen. Tori. That's not too bad for Granite, I suppose.
Yeah, not terrible. That's Skog. Okay, now going in, being a bit more aggressive. And you see them splitting up a little bit now. I think a lot of it was just kind of waiting for Imperius to get that Sovereign Armor online, because until then, you do have a pretty squishy front line, don't you, if you look at this tank? And so you got to kind of group up as 5 until you get some of that stuff, like getting armor from the trait, or getting armor from the ability that actually says armor in the name.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's not really a tank until level 4. And, you know, there's a lot of heroes that are like that become their role after a certain talent pick. And that's definitely true for Imperius.
For sure. Yeah, I like the choice, too, of Withering Flames on the Chen as well. When you know you've got a lot of magic coming in from the Mephisto on the other side, if you hit him with that, and you really take away a lot of the power, you know? That's a huge amount of damage reduction, 60% from their spell power.
For 4 seconds, and it's only tempered by its delay of the WW combo. So you cannot actually hit both Drunken Haze and Fire Breath immediately anymore, like on the old Chen. There's a 1-second wind up. That's what makes it a bit worse. There you see the Drunken, what's it called? The Keg Smash.
Keg Smash, yeah.
And the Fire Breath comes like a second later, and it's 2 skill shots that you could potentially miss.
Yep. The Fun's going in with another Lightning Nova here before snapping back with the Shade, of course. Ooh, all right. Can they finish off Skog? No, not quite. Skull Missile got blocked by that little tip of the wall there around the point.
Yeah.
But the percentage is being built by WildHeart.
All right. 53%. We take a break, says Granite. We go back to get level 7. Clear the lanes a bit. WildHeart, meanwhile, catching up in the percentage. Mephisto's already starting to pop off a bit. Top damage in the game. Let's see, what does he take at level 7? Trickery, Shade of Mephisto grants bonus movement speed. And if he hits people a lot with all of his abilities during the Shade's teleportation, he can Shade again.
Wow. All right. Might be useful. Meanwhile, we've got to push him Granite back onto the point to try to deny some of this. Flip it back in their favor. A lot of damage onto Zergling. Zergling popped out of his mech. They're going to get the easy finish onto D.Va. And now with the 5v4, should be pretty easy to flip that back towards Granite's favor. Or, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Got more percentage already.
I think that guarantees it for them. D.Va's not back on time.
Yeah,
it's
going to be tough.
Surprised to see if they're going to try to hold. Maybe Mephisto teleports on, takes a double heal at 99%. D.Va comes back. Actually, that might be how they play it. They do have turrets as well. We'll see. We'll see. They're making a move. 99%. Yep, he teleports on. Like I said, D.Va is back.
He got barely enough time. Yeah, we're into overtime, so WildHeart could flip this back a little bit. Nintori with a big flame breath onto like 3 members of WildHeart right now, but Sko comes in with the Celestial Charge onto the D.Va. The D.Va demeched again. Funds tries to get some action going with the Nova, but it's not going to be quite enough, and it's still going to be all Granite Gaming, turning it around on WildHeart, unaverted on the run with the Hanzo. Now Pit Kid not able to hang in there as well on the Uther, and that's going to do it.
Yeah,
they get the protector, and yeah, nice protection of the point by Granite.
1 or 2 turrets were used by Granite. They even grabbed healer token at the final end of that 99% overtime. As Nintori on Chen held by himself 1 versus 5. That's pretty spectacular. And they still have another healing token. So Granite has been playing great around that healing token, great around the support camp. They get the first protector now, and they go for that top fountain, which is one of the top prizes, as it removes your opponent's ability to heal during the guaranteed top 2nd objective phase.
Yeah. Can they get that 4th, though? Because the protector's pretty low already. Oh, they really, really want it, but they can't quite finish it off unless they hang in there and be a little bit dangerous at this. That's a long stun chain on a Sko. He has to pop his angelic armaments just to stay alive. Would have preferred to save that ult, I think, but he just got CC'd under the turret pressure for a long time. Nice shove on the D.Va mech to get that out of the way. Not having to deal with that explosion at all.
Someone interrupted.
There it is. Oh, Wandering Kegs in action.
I was just thinking, Mephisto popped in with the teleport from below, and he casted his roots, the Durance of Hate, I believe it's called. Yeah, and it got interrupted, but I didn't see who interrupted it. Maybe he himself stopped it when he realized he was out of range, because they were trying to make a big play on Imperius. Didn't quite pop off, and Imperius gets away. Ford's still alive, but only barely. Level 10s are reached. Dragon Strike.
Indeed. So going with the bigger AoE ultimate rather than the big stun ultimate, it seems like.
I love Dragon Strike, and it's great at level 20. You can cast that ult once every 5 seconds. There it is, saying hi.
Good zoning. Sko couldn't get out. He had to pass through the Dragon Strike to try to do it, and now with the Sleep Dart at the very end, he pops some ult and armor. There's the Angelic Armaments again, and it just seems so hard to lock down this Imperius. He's going to walk away, low health. Ooh, goes back in for the charge onto Zergling. Thought maybe they could kill the Mini D.Va, but no, the Mini D.Va takes him out instead. Pit Kid gonna pay the price, though. And now the damage onto Funds. We'll see if they can turn that into a kill. But it's trades, and this game's gotten a little bit on the messy side now.
Yeah. That was, he was trying to make use of the Angelic Armaments, so he jumps back in with those 5 swords and the stun, but I don't think he connected. And then Hanzo got the nano boost, so unaverted, shot some scatter. That killed Imperius as he was dropping to 300, 200, 100 dead. Great play so far by Tracer. Nick is kind of legendary on Tracer in Europe. So it looks pretty good so far. 22,000 hero damage, 0 deaths. And I got a bunch of, got 1 kill as well, 1 last hit.
Right. Well, now a little bit of a lull in the action as some of the secondary objectives get fought over. It looks like, once again, Granite is going to be able to contain the support camp and take that.
It's so easy, they're complaining. We got all the heal tokens. Will they ever contest it?
They
want
needed a
that.
game like this. Yeah.
They want that, right? Because Junkrat, he went full trap build, slowly chasing traps that also silence, and you get up to 3. No, 2. Oh, they nerfed it. And before you could have 3 traps, I thought. Alright, 2 traps, still pretty good. Do they have that in Overwatch, the trap?
Oh yeah, of course. Yep, they do.
They copied it from HOTS?
Yep.
Nice.
It doesn't chase people, thankfully, but you can toss it out there, yeah. You mostly just wait till somebody's going to jump on you, and then you toss it right underneath yourself, basically.
Ah, cool.
In a lot of cases. But yeah, all the other stuff, like all his abilities, the same as from Overwatch. Rip Tire.
Rocket Ride? Don't have.
Oh, you can boost yourself around with the satchel charges, or the concussion mines, rather.
Oh, okay. So that's more playing into the lore, the FPS lore that you can do, where you can catapult yourself. Here he rides a rocket. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, you don't actually get that in the game. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Still getting a turret.
Yep. All right. We'll see how they want to fight over point B, as it has unlocked right now 60 or 70% almost for Granite already, before WildHeart were able to switch that back into their favor.
And they're still lane clearing. Like, they're absolutely just gonna go in at 99% and no further. Granite Gaming, it's no way. They're getting the enemy turret? You have time for that? I guess so.
That's bold. Hey, I mean, you might as well take it away.
Wow.
All right. Yeah, they do. They do take it away. Nick picks that one up.
No boost yet, I think. He just used it to get here. So he's forced to pop his mech, tries to get away. Can he?
Yes. Looks like he can. They try to push her. There's a Dragon Strike coming through, but easily dodged by Granite Gaming. Not getting a lot of value out of that one. They were kind of already heading that way. That said, yeah.
They lost the turret. They still came here to try and defend it in vain. They also stepped off the point. Everything went wrong for WildHeart.
Indeed, and unlike in Overwatch, you have to stay on the point to get the percentage going here, don't you?
Yeah.
There you go. Now being taken by Granite again.
Now they need their
they're
own
looking like they
level.
might not be quite done in this series yet.
Yeah, this could be the comeback match. It has them leading a fort. WildHeart no longer wants to contest this point because they're way too far from 16. And you know what? It's 4 tokens versus 0. Like, the objective, the secondary objective controlled by Granite has been stellar. 2 healing tokens and 2 turrets, I believe.
Something like that, yeah. Big abilities being picked up now by Granite as well. You've got the Valorous Pursuit on that on the Imperious. I'm distracted by the Wandering Keg as it gets popped to try to just keep people zoned out, to try to get that Protector a little bit more damage on the turret here. Zergling with the flank rather, goes into the back on an turret, but not able to get a whole lot of damage done with those micro missiles.
Still want to see if Mephisto can get some value. He dropped. He's no longer the top damage dealer. Not easy to hit people like Tracer and Junkrat, both of whom have either mobility or range. Let's see. At 16, Mephisto gets a lot of bonus damage. There's a dragon. A little bit of bonus damage on the Protector. Zone it out.
It looks like they'll be able to more or less finish off the Protector. It's too low health to really do much of anything at this point. You can see everybody exiting as it blows up. That's what they were looking for. Okay, Funds. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like he's doing a ton of damage yet on the Mephisto. Here comes the Keg. I love watching that. All right. Might be time to fight. We will see. Oh, that was such a good concussion grenade. Hit Kid into the silence. Taken out pretty easily here. There's Mephisto with the ultimate on an Inventory, but doesn't seem to do a lot of damage. In fact, Nick is going to just chase him down, sticks him with the Pulse Bomb, but doesn't get the kill.
Yeah.
And now they're going to walk right past Angelic Armaments for Skog. He's going to jump in onto Funds here. Bud's on the run as well. That Ana, not exactly the most mobile hero ever. Funds trying to zone to give the rest of his backline a chance to escape. Nice spear to finish off the Diva. Zergling couldn't get out of that one at all. And now Funds with some last-ditch desperation to do the damage, but it is not going to happen. And Granite Gaming certainly looks with a 2-level lead like they are on track to win this one and keep the series going.
And when you look at it, who really can stop Tracer? Besides Uther, you've got Diva with Hit the Nitrous. She can do a stun during the first half second of her boost. But besides that, you're gonna hit her with a Sleep Dart. You're gonna just damage her as Hanzo or Mephisto, and Hanzo doesn't even have the arrow.
Sure.
Only Uther can stop Tracer from wreaking havoc in the backline. And that's kind of the story that we have been seeing. And, you know, if WildHeart played it better or Tracer wasn't good enough, then maybe that won't become a problem. But now it absolutely is. So while it isn't a draft win, as Bahamut was saying, it's always the play that enables drafts. It's definitely feeling like that for WildHeart right now. It's hard to get a grip on the battles.
You got to give a lot of credit to Grota for setting that last one up with the concussion into the lurking arm from the Stukov to lock down the Uther.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Speaking of locking down people, this time it is Grota himself getting locked down. Circling, backing away, but it looks like, oh, that Dragon Strike is big. Tons of damage done to Henning. Notori uses the Wandering Pig to try to make an exit here. And yeah, now this one's turning around a little bit. Henning trying to get away. Does he get a chance for a shove? No, he gets down to 200 HP. Missed with the Storm Arrow. Scatter Arrow can't finish him either. There's a Riptire from the Junkrats from Grota to try to push them back to give his team a bit of run. But this
Henning wanted to help.
Mephisto is going off.
Henning wanted to help. He had 103 life. He made it to the gates. And to be honest, a spectacular escape. But then he thought, hey, maybe I should help and put it. Chen jumping in. I don't know about that one.
Well, Notori, he knows about that one, and he knows it is not a good result.
Yeah, he knows.
Yep, he knows now.
By
Easy
now, he has
take.
become aware.
Yep. You lay off the kegs for a little while.
That was sick. They got the big Divine Storm Hammer of Justice on Uther against Nick on Tracer. Almost like I cursed him, but I know the game doesn't really work that way. And then the chase. Henning got away, died anyway to Mephisto, and now suddenly space has been created. WildHeart Esports, a talent down, a level down before, and in a preposterous way didn't care about that, ignored the stats, and went to reach for the skies with their ambition anyway. And now still 2 dead, Chen with the chain death, and that means that we're gonna have 99% by the time Granite can even start to come back. And you know, all those turrets they had the whole game, they've lost all of those.
True. You do need to give Granite a lot of respect here. They just got 2 talents that give their Chen and their Imperius unstoppable. So some of that crowd control isn't going to be as useful for a little while. So you just got to wait. Once we have level 20, I think they might try to fight this. We'll see.
All right, what do we get? What do we get for Diva? What do we get for everyone? Hanzo, Dragon Awakens. Okay, he's going to do a lot of Dragon Strikes. We have Nano Infusion, healing from spells. We've got the Unspeakable Horror, which is a silence when Mephisto does his route. The big Divine Hurricane with CDR and then timing attack. All right, let's see them. Let's see that Divine Hurricane. Pitkit, the quote-unquote tank of this match.
Sure. Well, that silence is going to be important to stop the Unstoppable. Speaking of silence, there's a lurking arm on the Diva. They're going to have to pop the Dragon Strike just to give Zergling a little bit of room to get away. Root, a lot of Junkrat damage into Pitkit here, but Nick is the one on the run here. Maybe they can finish off on Inverted, nearly gets him with a full Scatter Arrow. Meanwhile, there's the silence, like we talked about, onto the Chen, and they made it work. That is exactly the combo they were looking for, I believe. That said, the Protector does go the way of Granit Gaming, but it's going to have to be a defensive one. This already takes a big chunk of damage from the Dragon Strike already. Nick, half HP, hit the well, so he's going to be able to slowly walk back towards this fight, but it is still going to be a 5v4. And
Dragon Strike is back. Dragon Strike is back. He just cast it. There we go again.
PDR, man.
Look at the top left, the cooldown on Hanzo. It's at 50, right? Check what happens when he hits his scatter arrows. We're at 45. His talent is so funny. Of course, he has to hit an enemy hero in order to get the CDR. But if he does...
As soon as you draw attention to it, he's going to not hit anybody. So
stupid, right? That's how it works.
You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Ah!
It's a caster curse, man. You talk about
literally
something, he won't do it.
Not 1 second of CDR.
He's got time.
Yeah, you got -5.
All right, CDR, yay. The point is that that was almost the fight they needed. If the Protector hadn't been acquired by Granite, maybe they could have pushed that a little bit farther. WildHeart's still behind in a big way, but not anywhere near as far as they were. They've caught up in levels. A 2-level deficit has become a even situation here, just slightly behind in XP.
Yeah, but not a single fort.
Can they make the plays?
Okay.
All right, stun. Can they finish him off? Yep, there's the ult from Mephisto. They've got the silence now into the Imperius. Imperius not able to use the Unstoppable. They're going to get the kill that way. And now Nick a little bit on his own. Fun's trying to push forward here. Zergling the one taking some damage, but the D.Va going to be able to be kept alive for a little bit longer here. So much damage poured into Granit Gaming, though. Another Dragon Strike comes out, but like you said, if Hanzo connects with those abilities, the CDR is going to bring it right back again. And WildHeart playing it safe. They're going to say, hey, we won that fight. We're going to take the support camp. We're going to push this slowly, and we're going to try to just work on some of those fundamentals on Teamfight Engages to win this one.
And the CDR on Dragon Strike. They're going to work on
Dragon Strike.
It's
exactly.
20 seconds. Just wait. He's going to hit a scatter.
It's like Grubby's going to start selling a t-shirt that just says CDR on Dragon Strike.
No, we're going to sell a t-shirt that says still waiting for that cooldown.
I buy it either way. I'll support you, man. There's a Dragon
He
Strike.
needs the cooldown because he missed it. But you don't care anymore at level 20. You just don't care. By the way, Unspeakable Horror, Mephisto. It's a 5.5 second silence. 2.5 seconds during the route, and for 3 seconds after. That's how they've been killing their targets. Imperius, how would you like a 5.5 second silence? Stukov has no cleanse. Like, that's sick. Like, who came up with this? 5.5 seconds. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen them use it to get a pick on the Chen being played by Nintori. We've seen it used to get a pick on a Skog on the Imperius as well. So it's kind of all coming together at this point.
Yeah. This is the closest match they've had yet. Yeah, is it coming together or is it falling apart? Though we will see. They're fighting over the smallest cap on the map. It doesn't matter, but it's a means to an end.
It's about sending a message. So Imperius has to use the Unstoppable ability a little bit earlier than they, I think, wanted to. Mephisto still has his Durance of Hate up and running.
Yep.
Or available anyway, not running exactly. But the pressure's on from Granite.
That'd be sick if it was up and running.
Right, just constantly. It's a toggle now. Good luck.
He didn't get the CDR for his ult. He went for other abilities. I think that's at level 13. Instead, he has 25% spell power if you hit a skull missile. That's obviously going to make everything else better, rather than just focusing on his ult, which has a pretty short cooldown anyway. It's 50 seconds. Ooh, a trap. A two-man
that's
trap.
right, Nintori and Skog just waiting. Oh, but they got caught. Scatter Arrow.
Yeah.
It is like Overwatch back when Scatter Arrow existed.
Dude, I heard that Scatter got fixed, right? But like,
no,
we
it
still
got removed. It got removed completely.
Well, that's fixed if you own dogs.
Yeah,
that's
fixed, I guess. Now he just shoots arrows really fast.
I'm just used to saying fixed.
Yeah. But yeah,
So
when
now
Scatter Arrow existed, initially Scatter Arrow could also headshot. So, yeah, that would
always
just happen.
planned, right? Hashtag planned.
Shoot into a corridor and get like a triple kill. It was
Well,
bad.
in HOTS, if you do like piercing arrow, you can go through a siege camp with one shot.
Well, there
you
you
just
go.
go next to the giants in a small alley. You shoot once and it's gone.
So nice that it lives on here in Heroes of the Storm. Granite Gaming with control over the point for now, but that may not last long as WildHeart zoning them out with a bit of a Dragon Strike that's going to come back, because of the CDR. We've been talking about it.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about it for a sec.
That's right. Don't
How
forget
quickly
that
will it
CDR.
come back, though?
Dragon Arrow. It's big. Yeah, they're going to try. There's the self-destruct scope.
It's back!
He's like, I can take it. It's back. Dragon Arrow again. Is he going to use it right away, though? Ooh, Nick! So low. They try to chase him down with the Mephisto. Skog, there's another Dragon Arrow. It is chasing you. Oh, it ended just before it got to them. But the percentage a little bit higher now for WildHeart on the point. If they can grab the Protector, they can make some real progress on taking out some of these objectives.
And they need this. There's catapults in every match against them. They're 3 forts down. 3 forts down. Oh, Swamp Grotta.
That was so bold. He was pushed way up as that Junkrat. Meanwhile, Skog tries to come in on the Imperius, gets stunned right out of the end of the Celestial Charge. But they don't have the Mephisto ult to lock him down, and that means they're going to have to give a little bit of space here. The Tire comes in to ensure that. Nintori as well, doing some damage. There's another stun onto Zergling with the spear, but now Fun's back onto the point again.
Durance of Hatred is available again, but they need a little bit of time for Dragon Strike to come back and for everyone to heal up a bit. And now they have double support. They healed up. It's 85%, 83 against 60. They're going to do a little bit of lane cleanup on aisle 2 and 3, and then they're going to go back in. Uther's Divine Hurricane is coming back. 5 seconds until all hell breaks loose. Is Granite Gaming too far away? They're getting the healing token.
Yet another Dragon Strike, which comes back very quickly because of cooldown reduction.
It does.
In case you forgot. Funds. Oh, he gets bumped in the back line. Still gets a snap back with the Shade of Mephisto, of course. But there's a Divine Storm, just like you're talking about. Lots of stuns all over the place. And there it is. They caught him. They caught 2 with Durance of Hate there.
Dragon Strike.
Corey on his own. He's going to roll right through that Dragon Strike, but it's all about getting the Protector. They flip it in overtime. And this could be the moment that WildHeart completes the turnaround here. It is still such a close game, but now they've got a big Protector here at the end.
It might be too big, Doa. It's 5 versus 3 with a Triglav Protector. Oh, Uther jumps out of the Protector, lets Hanzo get in. Okay, I thought that was for a little bit of a cheeky surprise stun, but this absolutely has game-ending potential. If they get one more pick off with the Durance, Triglav can actually... Yeah, he's deep. Like, he's very confident in his skills, isn't he?
I mean, he's just saying, I'm just going to harass this Mephisto, but you can only do that for so long.
Yeah.
All right.
It could end the game, but Tracer Imperius are coming back relatively soon.
10 seconds, yeah. That's right. Triglav going to be able to get this for it. Oh, there's a root. There's the Mephisto ult. They're going to take down Chen, and just as it was about to be even again, it's going to be at best a 5v4 as WildHeart moves to the core. And after being behind for quite a bit of this game, the comeback was started. Can it be completed? Can they finish a 3-0 here? Funds at the ready. Still got 30 seconds till his ult back again. Now Skog trying to zone up this Mephisto, doing a lot of damage to it, but the core is down. And that is it. That core dropped so fast. And just like the match, it's a quick victory for WildHeart. They get the 3-0 over Granite Gaming.
Dude, that's so sick. Granite was leading for most of this game. It was 18 versus 16 on the levels. And I was ready to call it a draft failure. I got the post-mortem ready. Tracer, she cannot be stopped. Chen cannot be stopped. But suddenly it started popping off. Mephisto's level 20. Bahamut, anything else that you see that allowed WildHeart to come back here?
Consistent chain CC between the Uther and the Durance of Hate from Mephisto and the burst potential from D.Va and Hanzo. Want to note one thing really quickly with the D.Va. The timing attack, micro missiles gain an additional charge. Each time micro missile hits an enemy hero, reduce the cooldown by 0.5 seconds and the charge cooldown by 2.5 seconds. So that level 20 really gave them a lot of sustained chase. And on top of that sustained chase, well, I guess the sustained chase came from the slows from that. I'm just honestly like, I can't believe that WildHeart turned that around, because
that's nice. But we're only interested in CDR from the Dragon Strike, really. I'm sorry to.
That was my last point. That was honestly my last point, because I saw Dragon Strike and I was like, I swear to God, unaverted, if you don't take the level 20 upgrade, I'm going to be a little sad. But they did go into it. I got everything I wanted from all these talents, but overall, WildHeart played this series so well and did not crumble under the pressure from Granite Gaming.
Yep, that's right. So. On top of that, like, just to kind of close that out a little bit, what do you think Granite could have done a little bit better to sort of stay in the series?
Me personally?
Yeah. Either one of you.
Well, they lost.
It's hard to
level
say.
20. Like, isn't it true that the level 20 just offered WildHeart the chance to chain up their CCs? Like, it's not as hard to hit Divine Hurricane, and then Durance has an easy, unmissable follow-up. And that is a guaranteed kill, because you're going from a 2-second stun into a 5.5-second silence.
Yeah, I think it's very much the argument maybe from game number 2-ish with the Nazebo getting to level 20. Obviously, they were strong in game number 2, but I think, Grubby, you nailed it. The 20 talent here for WildHeart really set the tone of this later half of the game.
And the fact that they have Stukov and no healer with a third-party cleanse.
Yes.
Right? Everyone has their own self-cleanse. But once the problem starts, you need an allied cleanser. And I think they really played into that. Stukov, if I'm not mistaken, was the second pick?
I believe so. But I feel like Bahamut called that last map pretty early, where you did mention, if I remember right, that you said Granite Gaming needed to get things done before level 20. And, once that happened, it did seem like it's went back into WildHeart's favor a bit.
I would say so. And I think WildHeart, they show something that I really, really like out of a team, and that's keeping a cool head in the late game. There were probably 3 to 4 moments even before the level 16, because I think 16 was their big turning factor. Before that, there were so many moments they could have crumbled under the pressure from Granit Gaming, and they didn't, and they played that super, super well.
Fair enough. Well, we have an interview incoming, and it seems like we've got Funds on the line. Funds, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you. Hey, congratulations on the win today. The last game especially was pretty crazy. It was pretty tense. We're gonna actually get your lovely face on camera in a moment here, but while we do that, tell me what that last game was like.
It was hard. The Mephisto didn't get as much value I was hoping, but we got the big ult at the end. All that matters.
And was that kind of part of the plan that, like, you'd have to kind of wait until you got that big sort of crowd control chain at the end between the stuns and the silences before you could really start consistently winning those fights? Was that part of the thought process at all?
Yeah, the Junkrat Tracer DPS pairing made it really hard for me to get the W value that game, which was a big part. And a big part of Mephisto's kit is you have to hit the heroes. So it made it a little hard, but as soon as Justin walked up and stunned, I just ulted, and that was our win con.
Nice.
Because it seemed pretty impossible. Like, you look at your draft, if you take away Uther, you've got nothing to stop a Tracer, right? Like, the result that just happened shouldn't have happened until those level 20 ult combos came in. But until 19, it must have been suffering for you when Tracer is on you. Like, get her off me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as soon as I died level 1, I was like, "Ooh, I might have to play a bit different than I'm used to."
And you did.
Better to have it happen then than late in the game, I suppose.
True.
Yeah.
So
Bahamut?
this was the closest map. The other two maps, though, like you played Gaslow. Finally, they banned it away. A little bit proud.
Oh yeah, it was definitely feels good moment.
I want to ask you about that, Gaslow, actually. Since you played it 2 games in a row, Funds, what are your thoughts on Gaslow and where they currently sit within the meta, and maybe specifically within the HeroesCCL meta?
I mean, the hero is just like, I feel like everything you want in a DPS. Like, he doesn't have the most insane burst in the game, but he's pretty much unkillable, and he has like pretty good damage follow-up. He has stuns, CC, a good ult. I don't think he was nerfed enough this patch. He's still pretty good.
I got one last question from myself, and it's just out of curiosity. When it comes to drafting and building these very unique and fun compositions, who's kind of putting all this together? Is it one overmind that's on the team putting it together, or is it everyone kind of hive mind together?
This time I definitely have to give credit to Justin. He's definitely the brains behind. I just get a list of heroes and then I play those heroes.
All right, thank you so much.
One last question before you let you go, Funds. You got the big 3-0 to start out the year. What do you do now as a team to kind of like keep the momentum going? Because do you feel any sort of pressure now after such a big first win? Like, where's your headspace going to be at going into week 2?
Well, I'll be feeling pretty good personally. As a team, though, we're just going to keep focusing on practicing, and I think that's going to be the secret to winning this league is just getting good practice.
Have you received a new list yet with heroes to practice for next week?
Not to leak anything, but we might have some more spiciness down the line. We didn't want to show too much our first series, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, thanks, man. Good job, and see you next week.
Bye.
The classic esports announcement of an announcement from Funds at the end there. I appreciate that. But yeah, congrats again on the win today. Good luck next week, and we'll see you later.
Appreciate it.
All right, so there you go, guys. Funds himself from our winning team, WildHeart Gaming, WildHeart Esports, and wow, I didn't expect that we'd see 3-0s so quickly, but there you have it. Last game was pretty close, but WildHeart pulled it off.
We had some amazing Heroes we had so much amazing Heroes of the Storm action today. I'm blown away. Like, yes, it was a 3-1 and a 3-0, but it was just so good. And Doa, we can actually see right now what the standings look like from the 2 games we've had.
Exactly. WildHeart Esports and Sidestep Kings get to start off with a win. Meanwhile, a bit of work to do for Simplicity and Granite Gaming as they start out 0-1 on the season. But it's a long season. We got a lot of weeks of games going. And so a lot of time to catch up and see who makes it to the playoffs at the end. And don't forget, too, we've got another day of gaming tomorrow, too. We've got another couple matches coming at you in less than 24 hours now. So a lot to look forward to that. But final thoughts on the day. Grubby, what's your takeaway after seeing those games?
Well, I don't want to pick any favorites, and I liked everyone's performance, and I respect everyone equally. But I love preface, but
very diplomatic.
I love seeing Nasibo. I love seeing Leoric solo tank. There was a lot of cool stuff today that was really enjoyable to watch. So I want to thank all the players for not only bringing their A game, but also coming up with various cool new drafts. I'm sure there will be a lot more, and I'm looking forward to Crowd Control and 30K matching off against each other tomorrow, as well as Oxygen versus Chili Mountain.
It's going to be great. Bahamut, your final thoughts. What did you learn today?
I learned that all these teams are afraid of playing Cho'Gall. That's what I learned. They're afraid of banning it. No, realistically though, we saw a lot of great play from both sides. I think WildHeart Esports is definitely a team to keep in mind, and maybe also keep on your toes around, because I think they're going to be the most unique drafters in our league, at least from what we've seen from day one.
Quite possibly. Hey, you got your Wandering Keg too, so I don't want to hear any.
I'm happy about
it. Of you. All right. So tomorrow, don't forget, guys, we have Crowd Control versus 30K, and then Oxygen versus Chili Mountain for our next best of fives. It's going to be starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and whatever time that is in whatever other time zone you happen to be in. I'm not a math major. You guys figure it out. But until then, thanks for watching. This has been HeroesCCL. Presented by Roll20, Doa, Grubby, and Bahamut with you. We will be with you again tomorrow for more great Heroes of the Storm action. Until then, game on, take care, and we'll see you in a little bit.